guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. The indictment follows a resignation of a federal prosecutor who refused to pursue those charges. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity, with the previous incident happening in August. I'm Monica Nelson.
The head of Homeland Security says the shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas yesterday was motivated by hate.
Secretary Kristi Noem says Wednesday's shooting in Dallas should serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. No ICE officers were hit by gunfire in the attack, but 3 detainees were. 1 of them died. 2 others were listed in critical condition. The suspected shooter was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The words anti-ICE were found written on bullet casings at the scene. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Sean Diddy Combs' legal team is trying to convince a New York City judge that his conviction on 2 charges should be thrown out.
At the hip-hop mogul's pre-sentencing hearing on Thursday, his legal team argued that commercial voyeurism doesn't qualify as prostitution. They're urging the judge to set aside the jury verdict on 2 counts of transporting Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, across state lines for sex. If that fails, they're asking the judge to sentence Diddy to 14 months, time already served in jail. Prosecutors are talking 4 to 5 years. Diddy will be sentenced October 3rd. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves extended the deployment of Mississippi National Guard troops to the Washington, D.C. area.
In a statement released Wednesday, Reeves said the nearly 200 Mississippi soldiers assigned to the nation's capital continue their deployment through November 30th. Reeves is one of several Republican governors who sent National Guard troops to D.C. last month at the request of President Donald Trump to help crack down on violent crime. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Colorado Springs District 49 school board members voted yesterday to restrict student access to restrooms and locker rooms based on biological sex. Board Vice President Jamie Lynn Davola shared concern about a prospect of biological males sharing a restroom with girls.
It's important that we have sex-segregated bathrooms so that our girls have private spaces without having someone who is biologically a man in their bathroom.
The resolution passed 3-2 and applies to multi-user bathrooms, locker rooms, showers, and similar facilities, and covers students, staff, and visitors during school hours, extracurriculars, and school-sponsored events. Hershey is the winner of a lawsuit claiming its Reese's Halloween candies are not spooky enough.
The class action lawsuit accused the company of false advertising because its jack-o'-lantern Reese's cups don't have a face, but the packaging for the product depicts a grinning pumpkin. The consumers claimed they were disappointed when they unwrapped the treat, but a U.S. district judge ruled the lawsuit failed to prove that there was any economic injury. I'm Chris Coraggio.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
It is indeed that time once again. Would you look at that? We cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we're rolling into a Friday. How about that? Final weekend here in the month of September? Is that possible? Yeah, October. Here it comes next week. So welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A rather tranquil night outside the secret bunker. We're showing 65 degrees. Of course, the frontal system, the cool front coming through, did bring us some beneficial rain over the past 24, 48 hours. So that means we get a little bit of fog in the mix here in parts of the Ohio Valley, Great Lakes region. Trust you've had a good week here. The overall picture, travelers' weather as we get ready for the weekend here. A much quieter night. The front I was just mentioning that brought plenty of rain to much of the east throughout the day Thursday. Still a lot of rain in the state of Maine. Maybe a few spotty showers. Few and far between in eastern portions of Ohio. I see a few spotty showers in southern portions of Virginia. Some light rain down into portions of central Georgia. That's kind of where that front is now sinking through the southeastern USA. Meanwhile, through the heart of the country, all's quiet. From the Dakotas down into the Gulf Coast region. Yeah, we see more spotty shower activity out in the southwestern tier of the country. Spotty showers in southern portions of Utah, north central, eastern Nevada. There's some mostly light to moderate rainfall. But the big picture, things are really going to be changing pretty rapidly here. Areas along the eastern seaboard suddenly being kind of put on higher alert for sure, especially portions of South Carolina. The latest models are depicting a potential hurricane impact in the coming week. Let's start right there. We have Tropical Storm Umberto, which is forecast to become a major hurricane in the central Atlantic. But the next expected system to develop, which would be Imelda, may become a larger threat to parts of the southeast, as well as the Bahamas, as the Atlantic hurricane season suddenly shifts into a higher gear. There's still a lot of uncertainty, they tell us, as to the details of how this is all going to shake out into next week. So check on a regular basis, especially for those in the eastern portions of the country. Yeah, even portions of Florida need to be paying attention to this. But here's what they're seeing at this moment. The latest thinking, including a potentially strange wild card from this pair of systems. First, we have Tropical Storm Umberto, as we mentioned, about several hundred miles northeast of the Leeward Islands. Moving toward the northwest, no threat to neither the Leeward Islands nor the rest of the Caribbean. It is gaining strength, forecast to become the season's third hurricane here over the weekend, likely becoming a hurricane today, Friday. Could become some threat to Bermuda early next week, but unlikely to be a direct U.S. threat. Then we've got the future Imelda, an increasing concern for the U.S. It is right now a tropical wave currently in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Invest 94L is its moniker. It will continue wringing out showers and some locally heavy rain and gusty winds to the Dominican Republic, Haiti, the Turks and Caicos Islands. The activity will then spread to eastern Cuba, the Bahamas this weekend. This tropical wave brought some widespread rainfall, 1 to 4 inches across Puerto Rico. The heaviest totals were across the southern portions of the island. Yeah, no surprise, this heavy rain brought some flooding and landslide reports there in Puerto Rico. This weekend, though, it's this weekend when the system is near the Bahamas. We expect it to develop into Tropical Storm Imelda. Most computer model forecasts are drawing Imelda northward through or near the Bahamas through Sunday. Beyond that, there's two differing scenarios that are emerging. Imelda could continue moving north, move into either Georgia or the Carolinas as either a tropical storm, or it could be a hurricane early next week. Next scenario, Imelda could stall off the southeast coast for a day or two early next week before either being pulled east away from the coast, possibly toward Bermuda, or being absorbed by Umberto. Now, as of the Thursday evening models, they have started to trend towards the southeast coast by midweek next week. As usual, for late September, there's plenty of deep, warm ocean water that could fuel development. There's potential for future Imelda to grow into a hurricane, possibly a stronger hurricane, if it can develop a solid core of thunderstorms without getting sheared by the upper-level winds. Now, even if Imelda doesn't make a landfall in the U.S., days of onshore winds likely to generate dangerous high surf, rip currents, and at least some coastal flooding up and down the eastern seaboard, stretching from Florida to New England next week, due not only to Imelda, but also due to Umberto churning up the ocean. Imelda could also draw close enough to produce strong wind gusts along parts of the southeast coast, even if it never makes a landfall like Hurricane Erin did back in August. Also, we expect some areas of locally heavy rain in parts of the southeast, including the Carolinas and Virginia. We're talking Friday through the weekend, not associated with the future Imelda. Despite some ongoing drought right now, this rain-soaked ground could enhance some flash flooding if Imelda makes landfall or close enough to spread some of those bands of heavy rain into the region. At this point, it's pretty much a heads-up. All interests in the Bahamas, the U.S. East Coast, from Florida to the Carolinas and Bermuda, should closely monitor the progress and development over the weekend. But I see, like many of the, like Mike's weather page is one. Philip often highlights that. Very good. He highlighted the latest spaghetti models, which more and more are kind of showing a consensus of possibly coming in somewhere along the South Carolina coast next week. So it's going to be one to watch in the coming days. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Yeah, pretty much exactly what I was just kind of highlighting. Folks along the coastal areas of the southeast, be aware. I just came across an update from WMBF television. They're in the Carolinas. The Thursday evening update. It says that the new data showing increasing odds of at least some tropical impacts to the Carolinas early next week, Monday, Tuesday. This simply means that you may want to start thinking about plans and schedules being altered in some ways during that time frame. People may be with plans of headed to the beach on vacation. Yeah, call or email your rental company about possible weather changes. For those that live in the region, is childcare an issue if you work? Or if school schedules change, start thinking about alternate options. Always best to be ahead of the game. And he's kind of highlighting a region where you need to start thinking about preparation, stretching from, say, Hatteras all the way down to the Georgia, Carolina coastal areas in the southeast. So just a heads up. Meanwhile, we got to say, what is it, a Friday? Shorty on board, I-77 northbound, Bastion, Virginia. Columbus bound tonight with 64 degrees. Hello to Jeffrey there in southern Florida. Good morning to the overnight crew. Norman Jackson from north central Kansas from the home 20 tonight. Nice cool morning here in Kansas. No load for tonight, so maybe tomorrow night unload on Saturday morning. Everybody have a great weekend. Michael's on board. There's Tank in the house. Hello, Steve, for the gang. TGIF 69 degrees. Shawnee, Oklahoma tonight. Hammer down toward the home 20. And we're looking forward to our 2 weeks off. 10 days of camping, outdoor cooking, campfires. Seeing some friends we only see once a year. Whole lot of horseback riding along the Jacks Forks River in the Missouri Ozarks. Fun times, making memories. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. And a great weekend when you get around to it. All right, enjoy that time off there. We assume we won't hear from Tank for a few days. All right. Good afternoon, Larry Hammer down, 71 degrees, Platkill, New York tonight. Jerry, morning, everyone. Was wondering if New York votes to go socialist. Can we stop sending federal dollars to that state? All right, be safe, everyone, and thank you all for everything you do. Steve, Sarah Spencer, and I are praying for the family and everyone out there that's battling cancer. Thanks to Hotshot Secret for putting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on for us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every single chance you get. Tomorrow may not come. All right, now there's Dave. Morning, Steve. Dave from Parsonsfield, Maine, checking in. Got nearly 3.5 inches of rain in the past days. Great news. We had been in extreme drought in central to northern Maine. A lot of folks' wells were actually drying up. Meanwhile, prayers for you and the family. Thank you much. So, yeah, beneficial rain, right? What do we got? Seahawks 23, Cardinals 20. My Maine Coon cat, Elvis, loves your show. Got 72 degrees here in central Alabama. All right, good to have you on board. Thank you, Steve. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, which makes it Friday. For the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. Here we go. Throw in the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. 63 degrees on the cruiser dash cam in the far side of southwestern Ohio. Weekend ahead. Weather looks outstanding in this region. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Heat up that cup of joe. Let's go. All right, Jason, morning, Steve. Let's see. I'm up here in Middlefield, Ohio, waiting to get unloaded at 6 a.m. with a load of alfalfa. We've got 60 degrees, partly clear skies. Be safe out there to the listening family. All right, one day, I don't know, one day closer.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Here we are. Happy Friday.
For the last, here we are, yep. So, said on the news that Reese's was getting a lawsuit because there was no jack-o'-lantern face on the Reese's.
I heard that.
I wonder if Gilligan and his GMA Enterprises is behind that.
That sounds about
and
up
I'm
his
thinking
alley.
Blind Man didn't see the face on the Reese's. What do you think?
That's a distinct possibility, yes.
So I get to Sunday prepare for that colonoscopy Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the 2-for-1 special this time. They're going to go down again, down the top, and then up the bottom. Hopefully it'll be good this time. Had some work done on my car today.
Oh, yeah?
That was another $700. The overflow tank, of course, it's a 2012, so that plastic is old. It cracked. There was a radiator hose that needed replaced. And, yeah, $700.
Wow.
I called it the Sonic Hedgehog, but I think I'm going to change it to Money Pit. I have dumped so much money into that thing, but can't stop now, I guess. I got too much in it. So I don't have a whole lot. It wouldn't hurt my feelings if those hurricanes would just make that right-hand turn and just go north.
Right, that
would be good.
Kind of like Gabrielle did, and Umberto's going to pretty much take a similar path. But yeah, all these models, yeah, I don't know. You're in Florida, the northern Florida. They're saying, pay attention, especially.
Yeah, I don't think there's much going on in my neck of the woods. I'm not seeing anything. I try not to watch unless it kind of headed my way. Mm-hmm. I think I got PTSD from them hurricanes last year, if that's possible.
Right.
But anyway, I don't have a whole lot. Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man and Go Blue. I'm waiting to hear from Ed and Grump, see what they got to say.
Well,
but I appreciate you taking my call, and I won't be here for the greatest day of the week next week. I'm off Sunday night, Monday night.
We'll have someone, I'm sure someone will have to fill in to make sure we all know.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to carry the torch.
The greatest day of the week. All right, well, Cap and Ron, hope all goes well with the procedure there. Well, we all know the worst part of that is it's getting ready, the prep. That's the, once you're done with the prep, you're pretty much in and out the door there. All right, we got a pretty interesting slate, college football, that actually gets underway later on this evening. Tonight, starting at 7 p.m. That's Florida State versus Virginia. What do we have? 9 o'clock this evening, TCU versus Arizona State. Then, of course, Saturday, a full slate of games and some pretty significant matchups will be occurring this weekend. Indeed. We'll get to the prognosticator of prognosticators. Big Ed, the Grump, is on board, our analyst, and see what our picks are going to be for the week ahead. Meanwhile, plenty of industry headlines we'll share with you as we roll into an early Friday. A lot of interesting developments over the past day. Of course, one of the top headlines, the rumor mill, the previous day was saying we could be seeing criminal charges coming down the pike for Letitia James, and James Comey was in the mix. Well, indeed, a grand jury decided, yes, let's proceed with charges against Comey this past day. Comey's response is, this is just Trump trying to get vengeance. Let's have a trial. Well, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Comey, that's what you're going to get. No two ways about it. But, of course, I'm innocent of all the charges. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. We'll give you the details where thousands of Mack and Volvo trucks are being recalled for two different issues related to lighting and door latches. Apparently, in some cases, can't get the damn door to open. What's wrong with this thing? Yeah, all that coming your way here. Rolling into the greatest day of the week. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting Tell360.com today. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. All right, what do you say as we turn the page on the calendar? What do we see? 26th day of September here. Let's get right to it. On board. Here we go. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
I'm here.
Hello, Grump.
What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Doing all right. Okay, so here we go. Some football aficionados are saying this is a pretty big weekend we got coming on here.
I think it's a pretty good weekend. Yeah, and it is a big weekend. You got LSU and Ole Miss that are battling it out. You got Indiana and Iowa that are battling it out. They're yeah, there's a lot of conference games going on. And
yeah,
that's going to add to the mix here. So yeah, it is a big weekend. What do you think, Ed?
I'm right there with you, Grump. There's a lot of important games. The one that's piquing my interest is Arkansas and Notre Dame, because I got an idea if Arkansas don't pull it out against Notre Dame, Mr. Sam Pittman's going to be looking for another job. But when it comes to the playoff scenario, we got Oregon and Penn State. That's probably the biggest one out of all of them, because Penn State hasn't really played anybody this year, and they're projected. I think they're rated number 3.
Yes.
So, and then I've got them picked to win the national championship. So, even if they was to lose, you go back to that scenario last year when Ohio State lost. That don't mean they're going to be out of it, but I'm anxious to see how their defense stacks up against Oregon, because Penn State's got the best defensive coordinator in the nation, and that's old Jim Knowles. So that's going to be a have-to-watch game.
Mm-hmm.
That and Oregon really hasn't played, anyone real tough here either. I mean, they're, when you go back through their games, they haven't really, been able to show their butts like they should, in the Big Ten there. But we're going to see. So it's see how it works out. But I got our first game we got to LSU Ole Miss. You got number 2 in the SEC against number 1. Ole Miss number 1. I think LSU is going to knock them off. They're playing in Ole Miss, but I think LSU is going to knock them down there. Ole Miss is favored by 2.5 points on it, but I think it's going to be another game that's going to be separated by a field goal. Ole Miss has always been better in the red zone, but their defense has allowed 18.8 points per game, and they're showing a 71.4% efficiency in the red zone of protecting the pass and protecting or standing up on their defense and stuff. But you look back over it, and LSU's beat them 7 out of 10 times. So I think they're gonna make it 8 for 11. So that's just my view. What do you got, Ed?
I got LSU. Okay. I don't think Ole Miss gonna stack up.
Second one's Indiana and Iowa. Indiana is 4-0. Iowa's, they're down a game. They're 3-1. Indiana's coming off that high from the ass whooping they gave Illinois, and I just don't think Iowa has what it takes to beat Indiana. They're just good in about every damn area. I mean, Indiana's just playing some really good ball, and I think they're going to pull that one off, even at Iowa.
And I'm right there with you on that one, Grump. I'm going to Indiana just based on the showing they give last week against Illinois, and I don't think Iowa's got what it takes to shut Indiana down. So, yeah, I'm definitely going with Indiana.
We got number 3, Texas A&M and Auburn. They're playing at Texas A&M. I got to go with Texas A&M on this. Auburn, they're so damn penalty prone. I mean, this team, they just cannot stop the penalties. I don't know what the hell the deal is with them. They're of course they're number 11 in the SEC, and Texas A&M's number 8. And I think one of the reasons why Texas A&M is so much higher, they're just playing good ball. Number 1, they're 3-0, but where Auburn's 3-1, but they're keeping the penalties down, and they're fantastic in the defense area. So I got to go with Texas A&M.
Well, that's where we're going to separate because, I'm going by the Auburn game last week against Oklahoma. They come in there in Oklahoma, and they almost beat a good Oklahoma team. Now, a lot of it, the penalties that you're talking about, is Jackson Arnold being a new quarterback, and he's got a couple of good hot receivers, and the offensive line, all of them gelling. I think last week they gelled perfectly. And so I think this week they're going to put it all together. And even though they're playing at Texas A&M, I've got faith in Jackson Arnold. He's a proven quality, and I think they're all going to gel together, and I'm going with Auburn.
Okay. Number 4, we got Ohio State and Washington. I picked Ohio State just because they're just a powerhouse. Washington, they're 3-0. Both are 3-0. Washington's number 9 in the Pac-10, in the Big Ten. Along with Ohio State showing number 7 in the Big Ten. I just look at them. I just don't think there's any way in the world that Washington, even at Washington, that is going to stand up to Ohio State. Ohio State is just strong, and that's the way I'm looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm right there with you on that one, Grump. They made a believer out of me when they manhandled Texas, and I don't think Washington, which I haven't really paid that much attention to Washington, but they got a new coach, and so they're down. So yeah, I don't think they got what it takes, and I'm going to Ohio State.
Okay, you got Tennessee and Mississippi. They're playing at Mississippi. Mississippi's 4-0. They're, Tennessee's only lost one game. They're 3-1, and but Mississippi hasn't played tough teams like Tennessee has either. And when you look at the the point spreads that they've had on some of the teams that they've played, it's, I'm like, well, big deal. I mean, it's, they've had more scrimmage games than anything, and I just don't think that they can handle Tennessee. I'm going with Tennessee on this one.
Okay.
And I'm right there with you on that, Grump.
Okay.
So I just don't think, well, basically, I just don't think Mississippi is up there yet to be competing, and they're going to have their 2 tests this weekend, but they ain't going to pass it.
All right, then we got number 6 game would be Arizona and Iowa State. I had to go with Iowa State. They're playing at Iowa State. Arizona's playing some good ball, but in the Big 12 here, Iowa State's number 1 in their division and or in their conference, and Arizona's number 6, and I just think Iowa State's going to be all over them. I just don't see Arizona pulling that one off.
I'm going to separate with you there. I'm going to go with Arizona. I think they're underrated. I think they're a better team. So yeah, I'm going with Arizona.
They're a good team. They're a good team. They ain't no doubt about that. They are a good team. Number 7, we're going to go. Let's see. We got Alabama playing at Georgia. That's a fan favorite. We throw that in there. Alabama just ain't doing worth a damn. But they're still, in the SEC. They're still number 10. Georgia's number 6. I think Georgia's going to put a whooping on them. I just look at that and I think, it just Alabama. I don't know. They seem like they just can't get it together this year. So I'm going to go with Georgia on this one.
And what's that old saying? The mighty shall fall, and the mighty has fallen, and Alabama has fallen way down. And so, yeah, I'm going to Georgia.
Okay.
There's no way Alabama's going to stack up.
Then we got number 8 game would be Oregon and Penn State. I'm going Penn State all the way on this. I just don't think Oregon can handle Penn State, especially at Penn State. At State College, they just seem like they play better there. So I'm going to go with Penn State.
All right, I'm glad I talked you into it, Grump. You know, either say, "Hey, boy, Big Ed, you know what you're talking about," or "Boy, you fool." So I'm going Penn State. I've got no other choice.
Oh yeah. I looked. I went over that game, man. I was back and forth on that one for a little bit, and I just, when you dig into the stats and stuff, it's just Oregon. I just don't think can handle Penn State. They're just playing good ball, so we'll see.
It doesn't hurt that I've talked them up,
Yeah, I know it. Number 9.
But I'm glad to have you on board with me. All right,
I'm there.
Go ahead.
Let's see. We did some flipping on this game. We first looked at USC and Illinois, but decided to take that game off and use it as a sleeper. So we went with TCU and Arizona State. Arizona, their TCU's number 8, in their conference, and Arizona State, of course, number 4. They're playing at Arizona State. I just look to see Arizona State come out on top on that one on TCU. There's just something that, about that game that I just think Arizona's going to pull that one out.
Okay.
Well, we're going to separate on that one because I'm going with TCU. I looked it over. I think TCU is one step ahead of them on the receiving department. And Arizona State, their quarterback can get, now he can run. He can run. There's no doubt about that. But if it comes down to a passing game, TCU's going to take them. So then they've got Arizona State's got that salty running back, but I don't think it's going to be a running game. TCU will be able to shut that down enough that they can surpass them with their passing game. So I'm going TCU.
I looked at that real good. With that game there, I think that's going to be a defense game. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be a lot of points on the board because both teams have really good defenses. But, I looked at the red zone efficiency, keeping the, number of quarterback hits and things like that. And Arizona just kept coming out on top on that. That's the reason I went with that. Other than that, I went with TCU. But both of them have really good quarterbacks, like Ed said, and I just think after I looked at all the stats, the reason I picked Arizona State was just that their defense looked like it was just a little bit stronger on stopping the run and also on first down conversion. So that's why I went with Arizona State. But we're going to see. That's going to be a good game. All right, number 10, we got Utah State and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt all the way. They're going to Vanderbilt. They're going to be there in Nashville. I just don't think there's even going to be a competition there. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game on Vanderbilt's part. Vanderbilt is just such a strong team this year. I mean, they're doing everything right. Penalties are low, and touchdowns are high. So that's two combinations right there. I think that they need, as a contender for anything, and they're right up there. So that's my pick.
Utah State is, for mid-major, they're about like a Tulane, but I almost swung that direction. But I'm going to stick with Vanderbilt too. So I'm right there with you.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and Ed had with sleeper games here. Of course, he went with Arkansas and Notre Dame. I'm going to give Arkansas one more chance, because I think Arkansas is better than what the record's indicating. They've lost two games to two good teams by touchdown. And it's all because they did their own stupid mistakes. Yep. That's all it amounts to. You can take away them two different times of stupid mistakes, and the fan base of Arkansas wouldn't be screaming for Sam Pittman's head. But, so I think this is the weekend Arkansas is going to finally come together, quit doing that stupidity, and take Notre Dame. I didn't even look where the game's at. It's in Arkansas.
Is it? Okay. Yep. I just think Arkansas is all the way.
Yeah, I think if I was going to pick that game, I think the way Notre Dame is coming up and the way way I looked at their stats, Arkansas is one game ahead of Notre Dame right now as far as games played. Notre Dame had that bye week, but Notre Dame still has better numbers. But they're playing in Arkansas, and Arkansas, I think, has got some serious ass chewings that they got, and over some stupid penalties. And they are such a good team. They're just, it seems like on the fourth down of the fourth quarter, the last 2 minutes of the games when they really get stupid with a couple of things. And I don't think that's going to happen this week. I think Notre Dame's going to have their hands full of Arkansas. And I agree with him. If I was betting on this game here, I'd bet on Arkansas. But mine was USC and Illinois. I went with USC on this. USC is another team that just come out of the woodwork playing good ball. Illinois was playing good ball, but when you look at who they played, they haven't really played anybody. Indiana was the toughest team that they played, and look what happened there. They just kind of imploded on themselves, and that was a massive butt whooping there. USC's they're doing good. They're doing real good and impressive. I mean, they in offense and defense. I watched their last game they played, and it was just it was a damn good game. So I got to say, they're going to Illinois, so I think USC is going to put a whooping on them. So I'm in my sleeper game. I'm in the USC column on that one.
Yeah,
that's about it for us.
That's exactly who I would have picked too, because we did have that as one of our number 10 games.
Yeah,
and, yeah. I was leaning at USC too, so that's a wise choice. But right now we're knotted up at 27-15. So by the weekend, one of us will be out in the lead again, because I think what we went 3 different games there.
Yeah, we got 3 separating us there, and
one of you's going to lose a point tonight because that TCU Arizona State's at 9 tonight.
Is it?
Yeah.
Which, I'll have to depend on Grump to keep up with them, because I'm doing the I do thing this weekend.
That's right.
But I will be, instead of honeymoon on Saturday night, I will be watching football. I'm gonna watch that. And I done told the niece, I said, hope you ain't expecting too much out of me Saturday night. So maybe I'm gonna probably get started off on the bat. But she knows I'm a football nut on Saturday. Hey, that's what you're marrying, you know.
Yeah.
The only excitement I can provide in life is screaming at the TV watching football. So,
yeah.
And now I was really tickled because old Josh Malloy's gonna play at my wedding, Steve. So
about that, tell him I said hi.
I'll do her. And well, guys, Grump, I appreciate you. Looking forward to the weekend, and I may not know it all, but I know my football. We're out of here. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, have a great weekend. Yep, thanks for checking in, Grump. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators. And congratulations, Big Ed, getting hitched this weekend. So he'll miss some of his college football for some of the day there Saturday, right? Around the country, 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
All right, who else we have checking in here? Dale checked in a little bit ago, and he had a question. Steve, is the number still no higher than a 7 for A1C diabetic test to drive? Hey, Dale, I'll be honest, I would not have known the answer off the top of my head, but I did a quick search for you. And according to the breakdown for CDL holders with diabetes, the FMCSA has specific A1C limits depending on treatment. 8.0 or less is required for insulin-treated drivers, while those not on insulin can have an A1C of up to 10, but may face closer monitoring by the medical examiner if it's above 8%. Maintaining stable blood sugar through medication, diet, exercise, regular monitoring is crucial for certification. So again, for insulin-treated drivers, your hemoglobin A1C must be 8.0% or less. Non-insulin treated, it can be up to 10.0%. Again, but a level of 8 may trigger the examiner's concern for closer monitoring. So there you go. Appreciate the question. Yeah, there we've got, let's see, Buckeye Boy checking in from, where are we? Carpinteria, California, 65 degrees. Had a good relaxing day, nice nap. Reds win, still hanging on, but yeah, their chances for postseason play are slim. Great news about the former head of the FBI getting indicted by a grand jury. 2 counts. It's time to answer for lawfare. Steve, I'll be thinking about you and the family. I may be able to get out of here sooner on Sunday, but it really doesn't matter as I just have to wait till next Wednesday to unload. All right, the driver who lives in our neighborhood checked his rain gauge today. And since last Saturday, we've got 3.5 inches of rain. Sounds like we might get some more next week as well. Have a great weekend. All right, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted by a Virginia grand jury. He faces charges of false statements and obstruction of justice tied to testimony he gave Congress about the 2016 investigation into alleged Russian election interference. The Department of Homeland Security says they're going to immediately ramp up security nationwide after at least one detainee died and 2 others were injured during a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday.
The shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in the shooting. I'm Mark Mayfield.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is confirming the death of a detainee at a facility in Adelanto, California.
39-year-old Ismael Ayala Uribe died on Monday after spending 5 weeks in the detention center. A statement from ICE says he died in a hospital after his health rapidly declined in custody. Family members say they never had a chance to see him before his death. Ayala Uribe was detained by ICE agents in August while working at a car wash in Huntington Beach. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The White House is unveiling the new Presidential Walk of Fame.
The collection is positioned just outside
inside the Oval Office and features portraits of U.S. presidents with the exception of former President Biden. For former President Biden, the White House opted to use a framed photo of an auto pen writing his signature. President Trump and his allies have focused on Biden's alleged use of the auto pen, which can be used to sign official documents in place of a manual signature, and they've raised questions about his cognitive abilities while in office. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
The borders have nearly been completely shut down, so that has ceased the supply of a lot of regular fentanyl coming across the border.
The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning about a tranquilizer for elephants that's being sold as fentanyl in Washington state.
Earlier this month, over 50,000 pills were seized from a suspect at a Centralia gas station. The pills were tested in a lab, and instead of containing fentanyl, they contained carfentanil. It's a synthetic opioid made to tranquilize elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl. They're finding the drug on the streets and caution 1 pill can kill. I'm Brad Ford.
Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the Bahamas are bracing for heavy rain and possible flooding as 2 tropical systems approach. Tropical storm Humberto, which recently formed in the Atlantic,
is expected to strengthen into a hurricane by the weekend. Meanwhile, another disturbance is developing near the Bahamas and may also become a named storm. Both systems warrant close monitoring due to their uncertain paths and the possibility of storm interaction. While the forecast remains low confidence, models suggest one or both systems could come close to the east coast by early next week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Measles cases are at a new high since the disease was declared eradicated 25 years ago.
More than 1,500 cases were reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as of Wednesday, with outbreaks spreading in Utah and Arizona. Utah health officials say they expect more cases as people with measles travel to the state. The illness has been growing as vaccination rates decline. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Ready or not, here comes a Friday. Rolling into the weekend. All right, so we turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. What do you say, 26th day of September? Yeah, Cap and Ron, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. All right, a rare weather pattern kind of unfolding in the southwest Atlantic. The possibility of 2 hurricanes developing within a few hundred miles of one another, one of which could make landfall along the U.S. coast early next week, with the potential for heavy rain, flooding, high winds. Now, AccuWeather breaks it down like this. The setup, they say, is rare and highly complex. Yeah, the last time something similar occurred near the U.S. was in 2016, when we had Hurricanes Matthew and Nicole that were about 800 miles apart. Now, early next week, 2 hurricanes could be half that distance apart, with the potential for interaction between them affecting the track and the strength of each storm. As Tropical Storm Umberto is forecast to become a major hurricane and may track just west of Bermuda. Meanwhile, the batch of showers and thunderstorms near Hispaniola this past day is forecast to evolve into a tropical storm near the Bahamas. When it becomes a named storm, it'll be Imelda. From there, quick further strengthening is possible, with at least one scenario for the storm to make landfall in the Carolinas as a potent hurricane with torrential rain and strong winds. Now, Umberto right now is slowly strengthening despite battling some wind shear. As wind shear eases and the storm moves northwest, Umberto is forecast to intensify into a hurricane today, and then a major hurricane over the weekend or early next week, according to AccuWeather's lead hurricane expert, Alex De Silva. Now, we expect Umberto to track well off the coast of the U.S., but bring some wind and rain to the islands of Bermuda early next week. Now, that's going to all depend on the strength and proximity to the islands. Yeah, a close encounter with a major hurricane passing just to the west oftentimes is much more dangerous than a similar hurricane passing to the east, as Gabrielle did. Now, interaction with land has been limiting development this past day, but this tropical rainstorm is expected to organize once it reaches the warm waters of the Bahamas, and that's the wave that would evolve into Imelda. Downpours will soak the Dominican Republic continuing through Friday, and the Bahamas from Friday to Sunday. Depending on how quickly it evolves into a named tropical storm and potential hurricane, will determine, obviously, the severity of wind, flooding, and wave conditions for the Bahamas. Beyond the Bahamas, interaction with Umberto may be significant and could pull the storm away from the U.S. or maybe steal some of its moisture, and that would be the interaction with Umberto. In that scenario, impacts from the budding Imelda could be limited. On the other hand, if the storm remains separate enough with minimal interaction, the budding Imelda could push directly onshore into the Carolinas early next week, perhaps as a hurricane with damaging winds, coastal flooding, erosive waves, and flooding rain. To further complicate the situation, as if we actually needed more, a non-tropical storm will bring showers and thunderstorms to parts of the southeast this weekend into early next week, and may bring some localized flooding regardless. Yeah, the risk of significant flash flooding could extend as far west as the southern Appalachians. Recall about a year ago, Hurricane Helene unleashed tremendous rain in the southern Appalachians. We saw disastrous, deadly flooding. Those hardest hit communities still struggling here a year later. In a worst case scenario, heavy rain from both tropical and non-tropical origins could bring prolonged, tremendous rain and flooding to parts of the Carolinas and Georgia. All right, potential for damage that would be comparable to impacts we saw from Hurricane Matthew in 2016. Regardless of a hurricane making landfall in the southeast U.S. or not, strong winds will create large, chaotic swells propagating toward the southern and mid-Atlantic coast this weekend into the middle of next week. Assisting will be an area of high pressure over the northeast, causing the winds to blow from the ocean toward the land. Coastal flooding along barrier islands and back bays. So obviously interest in those areas need to monitor updates. Large, frequent breakers will create strong rip currents, beach erosion. Seas near the coast and offshore will be hazardous for small craft and large vessels. So in other words, sounds like not a good time to take that deep sea fishing expedition over the next several days into next week. All right, we will continue to follow the latest, obviously. Friday, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Hey, casual Friday. So, hey, I got this little boat trip lined up there for next week there out of the Carolinas there. It's a little 3-hour tour there on a boat called the Minnow. What do you think?
Aha, yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, that 3-hour tour may find you stranded on an island.
Is there any deserted desert islands down there off the coast of the Carolinas? Do we know of? Apparently the ones that the other guys found there, they weren't very charted, uncharted desert island there. But anyways, happy Casual Friday, Your Honor. So let's see. So listening to a little bit of the other radios there through the day and stuff, and hear things every now and then. So when we were on the satellite radio there, you had over on the other channel there, the satellite radio, they had a guy on there that was named Bill Mack. Remember Bill Mack?
Certainly, yes.
And he wrote a song called "Drinking Champagne." I'm sure you've heard that song before, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyways, what I'm listening to is a countdown there, and it's back from 1990, and George Strait has "Drinking Champagne" up around number 10. Now, I did not realize how many people had recorded "Drinking Champagne." There is a list as long as your arm of people that have recorded "Drinking Champagne," starting out with Bill Mack in the beginning there doing it.
Really?
So I just didn't realize how, and big names. So, I mean, I don't know how many people charted it, had it on the charts and that, but anyways, so yeah, that, and of course he wrote "Blue" there that Leanne Rimes did so well with. So
supposedly,
anyways,
didn't he originally write that? Wasn't it like written for Patsy Cline and then ended up?
Long time ago. Yeah, and got put in the cupboard and never had anything done with it, and then came back out and Leanne Rimes sang, did it and took it up to wherever, how high she took it, and probably number one, but I don't remember at this point. But anyways, so there's something for Casual Friday, because it's just absolutely no reason to even be talking about it, I guess, other than the fact it's kind of cool. Anyways, Comey, how does he figure that it's Donald Trump just doing, coming after? Wasn't it the grand jury? Didn't they say in the news the grand jury is the one that...
Yes, 2 counts. That is correct.
So it's not Donald Trump. You know, just because he's the president and the judicial system found that there's evidence to present to the grand jury, and the grand jury decided there was enough evidence to proceed to court, that doesn't have anything to do with Donald Trump. He didn't have one iota of things to do with that grand jury. So, anyways, you got to love the spin on things. And to talk about the spin, you see that Hakeem Jeffries on the news there saying that the right has to turn down the rhetoric for everybody. The right has to do it.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know. I think the right ought to do it. It ought to just put a complete speaking ban. Nobody's allowed to talk to anybody, and then there won't be any rhetoric said, right? And just see how that works out. But anyways. I don't know. What else we got here? There was a couple of things there. New York City, I don't know if they're going to have to worry about. Well, I think the federal government's going to have to keep putting all kinds of money into them, because when it becomes socialist, all the big millionaires and big money people are all going to leave, so there ain't going to be any money left there to support all the lower class, you know, the low income people that depend on the other people to give them money. So I don't know how much, you know, they're going to be pretty well equally wealth, because everybody's going to have nothing, I think, is about the way it's going to work. But anyways, so and I guess the big thing from the day, I kind of threw it over to you. I don't remember if I put it on your page or how I got it to you, but I got done yesterday morning there, I don't know, about 7 o'clock, I guess, and I knew the funerals for the 3 officers there from the Northern York Regional office there of law enforcement there that had lost their lives there a week ago. I knew the funeral was going on, and I kind of got it figured out that the funeral for all 3 officers were being held together, and so they were all being transported from the funeral home to the church where the ceremony was being held, and then they were being returned to the funeral home. So there was a procession through the town of Red Lion in each direction from, you know, the morning to and the afternoon return. So I pretty much figured out that I could get up there and sit on the procession line and kind of pay my respects as they went by. So we got home and switched out a little bit and got the fire truck fired up and headed up the road and found us a little parking spot in front of a little convenience store, and were able to sit there and actually figured out a way to mount my phone on the mirror bracket of the truck to do that live video there.
Great. That was a great video. I mean, the escort and crowd. How many law enforcement motorcycles were in that procession? It was awesome.
I'm thinking it was probably in the neighborhood of 200 to 300. I mean, the way they had them stacked, 2 and 3 wide in some spots, 4 wide, I think, in others. And but there was law enforcement there from Texas all the way up into New York, New England. I think out in the Midwest, people had come from. Other officers had come from. I saw a couple motorcycles there that were NYPD. So, you know, New York City had representatives down. There was a lot of, you know, Pennsylvania sent a lot. The York Regional Mounted Police, they had 3 horses there. So everything that got done for the funeral all got done in triplicate, because they did the same exact thing for all 3 officers. So when you had the 21 gun salute, it was done for each officer, and they had 3 horses with the 3 boots, and and the fold flagging and the fold presentation was all done for each officer. So everything was done 3 times there for what went on there that day. So anyways, it was a good day for what had to happen. to take care of what need to be done, but we never want to have to do it. And but there's a lot of support, a lot of community support, and I've heard a lot from businesses. There's the one donation page that was set up by the law enforcement people that 100% of the donations are going to the families and the 2 other officers that were wounded. But there's a lot of community going on out there, and there are a lot of businesses. So there's a lot of things going on to help donate and help out the families and try to get through everything they have to get to what they got to do from now on. So, anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going to report for you. But it ended up being a good day. It started out raining in the morning. Let's finish this real quick. Started out raining in the morning, so we got up there with the wipers on and sat there, and the skies kind of lightened a little bit, and it was dry for the procession to the church, and then on the way home we had a few rain showers on the way home, so it was kind of got looked upon that way too. So everybody was safe through the procession, and I know we had some decent rain in the afternoon through the evening, probably up until like 10, 11 o'clock around. So roads around here are still pretty wet, and there's still some, any place there was deeper water could still have holding water there. But I hope everybody made it home because, riding on 2 wheels, they all rode in on 2 wheels and they all rode home on 2 wheels. And 2 wheels and wet roads just really aren't very good for each other to be with. So we do hope everybody made it home. Haven't heard anything from anybody else saying anything different. So anyways, other than that, are those 2 storms down there gonna converge, or are they gonna stay separate?
That is an unanswered question. It's a possibility they could converge. One could suck up the other. That's why they're saying it's such a complex forecast.
Yeah, I can. For our Baltimore area, they're talking there's a chance of rain showers Saturday night, I believe. And then after that, whatever that storm is, however it develops, is supposed to possibly be in this area on Tuesday. Of course, as you say, you don't know how much or how far or how long, but it's supposed to happen on Tuesday. And then after that, it's supposed to be pretty much clear and dry all the way through the next weekend. So I guess we'll have to see how things develop and what happens. But I guess other than that, Your Honor, we'll let you carry on. Before I go, I guess we didn't do it, but we better do it real quick or else we'll be in trouble. Say, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky?
Ah, yes.
And
it's her hump day. Well, speaking of Eskimo Mom, yeah, she checks in this early Friday. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, or whatever day it is. Back in the saddle. After taking last night off, having a fur baby cross the Rainbow Bridge. All right, got the regular run tonight, except for traffic and road work. A little bit of fog developing in the area. It's been a decent night for trailer trucking. Clear skies, 66 degrees. Rolling 265 on the Indiana side of Louisville. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend when you get to it. Hello, Bill. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. All the listeners out there, 55 clear here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express. I'm looking forward to having Saturday off. Got some great news. My daughter got accepted to Concordia University in Mequon, Wisconsin. She wants to be an English teacher. All right. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe out there, drivers. So congratulations to the driver there, Bill. 844-844-3388. Let me give you the rest of the details. Thousands of Mack and Volvo trucks being recalled. two different issues related to lighting and door latches. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents, Volvo Trucks North America recalling more than 2,000 model year 2025 and 26 VN trucks. In the affected trucks, the trailer lights may stop illuminating when the truck tows a trailer. An improperly manufactured body control module, the root cause, they say. Drivers may be able to tell their truck's affected if they receive a pop-up message indicating communication is lost with the trailer body input-output module. If trailer taillights and turn signals fail to work, obviously other drivers may not see the trailer slowing down, stopping, changing lanes. Obviously, this increases the crash risk. Then, more than 150 model year 2025 and 26 Mack Pioneer trucks may also experience the defect. Volvo Trucks has reported 28 field reports, 204 warranty claims linked to 176 trucks. Now, they say they will replace the trailer body input-output module for free. All right, then there's, in a separate recall, Volvo Trucks has reported issues with door latches on certain trucks. Specifically, Volvo Trucks recalling more than 4,000 model year 2026 VN trucks that may have an incorrectly installed door latch cable on the interior door handle in the affected trucks. The door may not open. A defective door latch obviously could trap occupants inside, increasing the risk of injury. 17 field reports related to the issue. They estimate just a very, very small percentage, only less than 1%, has the defect. Mack Trucks has not issued a related recall at this point, but dealers will replace the door latch cable and pivot clip for free in those affected trucks. God, it's a Friday coming your way. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up, other industry headlines. We got the full breakdown in this James Comey, the tumultuous clash between he and President Trump. Now, with Comey himself facing legal scrutiny, many observers are kind of reassessing how his behavior may have crossed lines, both ethical and legal, and whether accountability may finally follow. And we go back in time. Trump and Comey entered the national stage under tense circumstances. Trump, who campaigned as a Washington outsider, repeatedly criticized federal law enforcement, alleging politicization under the Obama administration. Of course, Comey, a longtime Justice Department insider, had already sparked controversy during the 2016 election with his handling of the Clinton email probe. First, declaring that no reasonable prosecutor would charge her. Then announcing days before the election the case had been reopened. Both Republicans and Democrats accused him of influencing the election outcome there. By the time Trump took office in 2017, Comey's credibility was already under fire. Trump initially kept him on out of a desire to show independence, but within months the relationship soured as Comey and senior FBI leadership became central players in the so-called Russian investigation. One of the most controversial moments came after Trump fired Comey. May 9th of 2017. Within days, the New York Times reported on the existence of private memos written by Comey documenting his conversation with the president. Later, testimony revealed that Comey deliberately leaked at least one memo through a friend at Columbia University with the explicit purpose of triggering the appointment of a special counsel, which was ultimately Robert Mueller. Critics called that a brazen political move. Trump allies argued an FBI director's weaponizing private notes to manipulate the Justice Department was unprecedented, unethical at least, if not outright illegal. The Justice Department's own Inspector General later concluded Comey violated FBI policy by retaining and leaking the memos, some of which contain classified material. Legal analysts point out that private citizens mishandling classified documents often face prosecution. Comey, however, was spared formal charges. A decision many conservatives believe demonstrated the double standard of the justice system. Another flashpoint was the FBI's use of the FISA court, the warrants to spy on Trump's campaign advisor Carter Page. In 2019, the DOJ's Inspector General released a blistering report finding 17 significant inaccuracies and omissions in the FISA applications that were signed by Comey and other officials. These included the FBI's reliance on the now discredited Steele dossier that was funded by the Clinton campaign. This represented a political abuse of the nation's most intrusive surveillance tools, targeting not only Page, but by extension, the Trump campaign. For Trump supporters, the FISA scandal epitomized Comey's willingness to bend the rules for partisan ends. Following his dismissal, Comey launched a public campaign against Trump, portraying himself as a principled defender of democracy. He published a memoir, appeared on countless television interviews, accused the president of being morally unfit for office. For Trump and his base, this was proof that the FBI's former chief was never impartial, but an active political opponent determined to undermine the presidency. Comey also appeared to contradict himself under oath in congressional testimony about his role in the Clinton investigation, his handling of the Steele dossier, his communications with Trump. Critics contend these inconsistencies could amount to perjury. Now, with Comey facing a federal indictment related to mishandling official documents and potentially lying under oath, the spotlight has returned. Will he finally be held accountable? Legal analysts are divided on the strength of the case. Supporters of the indictment argue that Comey's own admissions, especially about leaking FBI memos to pressure the appointment of Mueller, could be a clear-cut violation of law. The Inspector General's findings about improper retention of classified material bolstered the case that he mishandled sensitive government documents. Others, however, note that prosecutors in 2019 declined to pursue charges based on similar evidence. So are there doubts about whether new legal efforts will actually succeed? Comey's defense team will argue that he acted within his discretion as FBI director and that his memos were personal recollections rather than official records. For Trump and his supporters, the case is more about Comey, a broader struggle against entrenched bureaucratic forces they believe tried to sabotage a duly elected president. That Russian probe, launched under Comey's watch and extended by Mueller, consumed 2 full years of Trump's presidency despite ultimately finding no collusion between his campaign and Moscow. From a pro-Trump perspective, Comey's actions were not those of a neutral lawman, but a political actor seeking to protect allies and damage an adversary. His maneuvers, whether leaking memos, overseeing flawed FISA warrants, or publicly attacking the president, helped fuel years of divisive investigations that consistently hindered Trump's agenda, as we know. That's what it all boils down to. Yeah, Trump did not make this decision. It was a grand jury decision to come forward on 2 separate counts. Of course, as they say, innocent until proven guilty, he'll get his day in court. All right, Eagle, what's going on? Happy Friday.
Yeah, how you doing?
We got you.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight. The first thing was about the situation with the what was that? The football. I'll get to football, and then I'll get to the something about things about Donald Trump and the immigration that's going on. Okay, yeah, Saturday, I'm just going to talk about the big game, Alabama and Georgia. It's going to be a big game coming up on Saturday. And I have to say that Georgia probably got the advantage, because they playing in their home field. They got the advantage, so they playing on their own turf. So, it's going to be tough. It's hard to go into Georgia, and win that game. So I'm picking Georgia to win that game because Alabama, they haven't looked that good this year anyway. And they're going into somebody else's stadium. So we'll see what happens. I think that game starts around about 6:30 on Saturday. So it's a late game. So give people plenty of time to get ready for that one. In the NFL, they got, talk a little bit about that right quick before I get to Trump. They got 2 good games coming on. The biggest game probably going to be Baltimore and Kansas City Chiefs. That's going to be a good game. Both teams are 1-2, and neither team needs to lose another game. So that's going to be a big game. Whoever loses that ball game is going to be 1-3, and that's not going to be good to start your season out like that. So that's going to be a big game. And then the Sunday night game is Dallas and Green Bay. And that's going to be a big game. So Dallas, I think they 1-2, and they don't want to go down 1-3. So there's going to be some pretty good ball games this weekend. I'm going to be at home on Saturday and Sunday, so I'll definitely be watching all them ball games on both of those days until I get back out on the road. And as far as NASCAR goes, it's not even worth talking about. Kansas, just a boring track. I think they're running in Kansas this week, and that I'm not going to even tune into the race. I'm not going to even waste my time watching that because that's basically a boring race. The last couple of times they went there. Now, as far as Trump goes, I'm not going to even waste my time talking about the Comey situation because nothing is probably going to come of that situation because of some of the things that Donald Trump has said. They're going to Comey and his people are going to use that against Trump, from what I've been hearing, and this case is going nowhere. As far from what I'm hearing, so I'm not going to even waste my time with that. But I do want to talk about the other situation. You know something, Steve, man? There's something real suspicious going on, and you can call it conspiracy, and other people can, but it's not no conspiracy. okay, Pete Hicks, the defense minister, a defense guy, has called all the top generals in for a meeting in the next day or two. Now, they've already said that this is unheard of for all these people to be called in to one avenue when they could have done this another way. Now, going back to this thing that's in the sky, this meteor craft, and some people call it an alien spaceship. I forgot what they call it, 31 something.
Atlas 31
something.
Yeah.
No, you don't see me. You don't see me laughing. This is serious. They know something that we don't know, Steve. I've been hearing rumors about this thing for weeks now, and they're saying that this thing it has some type of motor. It is being propelled by some type of motor, nuclear power. This thing is not just moving along in space by itself. There's something in control of this object, or whatever the hell you want to call it, and it's headed towards we're headed towards Earth. Now, you don't think that's suspicious? You don't think that's suspicious that the defense guy would call all these generals in from all over the world to come to Virginia to talk about something, a so-called conflict? You don't see nothing strange about that.
I don't know what they're going to talk about. I mean, there's a lot of false information on I'm seeing all the stuff you're seeing, but yeah, I don't know. Who do you believe? Do you believe NASA, or do you believe some of these? Well,
I'm just saying, Steve. This thing here, they're saying that this thing is 3,000 miles wide, and it's headed towards Earth, and it doesn't look like it looks like it's being powered by some type of motor or whatever the hell you want to call it, but it's not moving by itself, from what they're saying. Now, I want to believe that this thing is just something that we don't need to worry about, but something is going on, and we'll probably never know the truth. They're not going to let us know, because they never let us know anything when it comes to UFOs and unidentified objects. They've always tried to keep that top secret. So we probably will never know what this object really is until it gets here, if it gets here. But I just want to find out. I would like to know why all these generals are being called in at one time, but nobody's said anything. Now, as far as Trump goes with this situation, with what happened at the UN, with him and Melania, I looked at the video a little bit closer, and it is even more a dangerous situation than what could have occurred. Melania definitely could have got injured when that escalator came to a stop. And you said that they got the Secret Service looking into it, and that's exactly what they should do, because that's not funny. Like I told you last night, I've been on escalators when they came to a stop, and you can get your foot stuck in one of those steps. You could fall down. Anything can happen. And like I told you, Melania doesn't deserve that. Melania is a good person. She hasn't done anything to nobody the whole 4 or 5, 8 years she's been associated with the White House. She conducts herself with class every time you see her, and she doesn't deserve to be treated like that. And they need to get to the bottom of that and find out who's responsible for that, because there's nothing funny about what happened at the UN. And as far as Jimmy Kimmel goes, right quick, Steve, his ratings are already going downhill. He had a one night of glory because people wanted to see what that idiot had to say after he got suspended. But his ratings are already back down in the gutter where they belong, because nobody's going to sit up and watch that garbage and hear what he has to say, the same corny jokes night after night. So it's just a matter of time before he's off the air, I believe, and he'll be finding something else. Maybe he can start selling used cars or something. Maybe he can get into the car sales business. That seems like what you losers like him usually get involved in. So, but I promise you, you won't be talking about him 3 to 6 months from now. Jimmy Kimmel will no longer be on ABC television. I promise you that, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Would you like fries with that order? Would you like to supersize that order of fries? I had in regards to the military, the generals and admirals, he is correct in that. And I don't know, there's some folks trying to raise eyebrows, others saying it's not something that's unprecedented. Washington Post, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered hundreds of the U.S. military's generals and admirals to gather on short notice without a stated reason. They're all supposed to gather at the Marine Corps base in Virginia next week. Now, some are saying this is sowing confusion and alarm after the Trump administration's firing of numerous senior leaders earlier this year. Despite the meeting's size and secrecy, both President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance downplaying its significance, with Trump asking, why is that such a big deal? Vance appeared alongside Trump that said it's not particularly unusual that generals are speaking with Hegseth. I think it's odd that you guys have made it into such a big story. There are about, they say, 800 generals and admirals spread across the U.S. and dozens of other countries and time zones. Hegseth's order, according to people familiar with the matter, said it applies to all senior officials with the rank of brigadier general or above, or their Navy equivalent, serving in command positions and their top enlisted advisors. Typically, each of these officers oversees hundreds or thousands of rank-and-file troops. Is there something going on? We don't know. Real quick, before we roll into our news break here. Grump, I see I'll get your take on this here momentarily. This interstellar object that's garnering so much, and there's tons and tons of obviously fictitious, you'll see what are supposedly photographs taken by the James Webb Telescope. They are not. They're artificial intelligence generated photos. There's plenty of online interest in some of the claims, but according to IFL Science, there's little in the way of scientific interest because while it is certainly an interesting object, the more we look as it approaches, the more it looks like a comet. NASA's lead scientist for solar systems, small bodies, speaking about some of these claims, he says, quote, "It looks like a comet. It does comet things. It very, very strongly resembles in just about every way the comets that we know. It has some interesting properties that are a little bit different from our solar system comets, but it behaves like a comet. So the evidence is overwhelmingly pointing to this object being a natural body, a comet. Scientific papers looking at the object have consistently found that it is a comet, the first we've spotted from outside our solar system, and easily the fastest comet we've ever seen. It will be interesting to observe the object as it approaches, even though at its closest approach to the sun, it will be out of our view, but NASA can state with quite a bit of confidence, given the observations that have taken place already, the object is not a threat to the Earth and is not secretly harboring alien technology to destroy us all. That's the official word from NASA. Now, I know there, like so many other things, there have been science fiction movies. What was it Deep Impact, where Morgan Freeman was playing the part of the president, you'll recall, and they got word of something similar to this, an object, an ELE, extinction level event, as they called it, ELE. Remember that? Would they actually announce some sort of a scenario? The pandemonium, the panic that would take place. Would we want to know? You go back to some of the earliest papers in this guy. I think his name was Loeb. That was making, saying how it's just definitely in the first paper. He said it's largely fun to explore. He posted that the object could be hostile. Now, how would he know that? Yeah, given the finite resources in the universe, any life form may want to preemptively attack any other form of life before it becomes like a threat to them. Yeah, according to Loeb's paper, the object could be here for just that purpose. Conspiracy theories abound, right? All right, 844-844-3388. So, indeed, we'll get the news update there. Other things we've learned over the past day, finally, after all this time, going back to January 6th. Remember that infamous day? Yeah. How many undercover agents did we actually have on the ground, in the crowd there in our nation's capital? Word now, the FBI acknowledged there were 275 plainclothes agents in the massive crowds January 6th of 2021. More on that coming up in our next hour. First, TEL gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. The indictment follows a resignation of a federal prosecutor who refused to pursue those charges. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity, with the previous incident happening in August. I'm Monica Nelson.
The head of Homeland Security police says the shooting at an ICE facility in Dallas yesterday was motivated by hate.
Secretary Kristi Noem says Wednesday's shooting in Dallas should serve as a wake-up call to the far left that their rhetoric about ICE has consequences. No ICE officers were hit by gunfire in the attack, but 3 detainees were. One of them died. 2 others were listed in critical condition. The suspected shooter was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The words anti-ICE were found written on bullet casings at the scene. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Sean Diddy Combs' legal team is trying to convince a New York City judge that his conviction on 2 charges should be thrown out.
At the hip-hop mogul's pre-sentencing hearing on Thursday, his legal team argued that commercial voyeurism doesn't qualify as prostitution. They're urging the judge to set aside the jury verdict on 2 counts of transporting Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, across state lines for sex. If that fails, they're asking the judge to sentence Diddy to 14 months, time already served in jail. Prosecutors are talking 4 to 5 years. Diddy will be sentenced October 3rd. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves extended the deployment of Mississippi National Guard troops to the Washington, D.C. area.
In a statement released Wednesday, Reeves said the nearly 200 Mississippi soldiers assigned to the nation's capital continue their deployment through November 30th. Reeves is one of several Republican governors who sent National Guard troops to D.C. last month at the request of President Donald Trump to help crack down on violent crime. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Colorado Springs District 49 school board members voted yesterday to restrict student access to restrooms and locker rooms based on biological sex. Board Vice President Jamie Lynn Davola shared concern about a prospect of biological males sharing a restroom with girls.
It's important that we have sex-segregated bathrooms so that our girls have private spaces without having someone who is biologically a man in their bathroom.
The resolution passed 3-2 and applies to multi-user bathrooms, locker rooms, showers, and similar facilities, and covers students, staff, and visitors during school hours, extracurriculars, and school-sponsored events. Hershey is the winner of a lawsuit claiming its Reese's Halloween candies are not spooky enough.
The class action lawsuit accused the company of false advertising because its jack-o'-lantern Reese's cups don't have a face, but the packaging for the product depicts a grinning pumpkin. The consumers claimed they were disappointed when they unwrapped the treat, but a U.S. district judge ruled the lawsuit failed to prove that there was any economic injury. I'm Chris Coraggio.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Friday coming our way. Thanks for being on board. I did a quick search. There's not a whole lot more info from military.com, the website, military.com, in regards to this summoning the military's top brass. Hundreds of generals and admirals supposedly to gather in Quantico next week, Northern Virginia. I guess technically this is leaked information. In other words, we're not supposed to know about it. According to three familiar with the matter, the directive not offering a reason for the gathering next Tuesday of senior commanders of the 1-star rank or higher and their top advisors, again to Quantico. Yet the people who described the move as unusual were not authorized to publicly discuss the sensitive plans, but obviously did on the condition of anonymity. The Pentagon's top spokesman, Sean Parnell, confirming that Hegseth, quote, will be addressing his senior military leaders early next week. Across the military, there are some 800 generals and admirals of all ranks. Many command thousands of service members stationed across the world in more than a dozen countries and time zones. President Trump didn't seem to know about the meeting when he was asked about it by reporters during an Oval Office appearance this past afternoon, stating, I'll be there if they want me, but why is that such a big deal? As we mentioned moments ago, Vice President J.D. Vance argued that the media is turning it into a big story. It's not particularly unusual, he says, that generals who report to Hegseth are coming to speak with him. First reported by the Washington Post, coming on the heels of several unusual and unexplained actions that Hegseth has taken involving military leaders. Back in May, he ordered that the military cut 20% of their 4-star general officers, directed an additional 10% cut from all general and flag officers across the force, and told the National Guard to shed 20% of their top positions. In February, he fired Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the Navy's top officer, and General James Slife, the Air Force's second highest officer. He also relieved the military's top lawyers. Since then, he's fired other military leaders, in most cases not saying why. Most recently, it was a general who led a military intelligence agencies whose initial assessment of U.S. damage to the Iranian nuclear sites in those strikes that whatever he said, apparently it angered Trump. I don't know. Let's get Grump. Get your take. The gathering of generals. Unusual? Should we be concerned?
Yeah, it's unusual to get them all. No, I wouldn't be concerned about it. I mean, it's unusual to get them all under one tent. But they've always had command meetings, in PACAFs, USAFE, different locations, Central Command. They've always got the generals together on budgetary things, on war-making capabilities, coming exercises, everything like this on how they can make that command better. I think right now they're going to have he's going to be firing a bunch of people. I think they're trying to get budgets together on war-making capabilities. They may have some new war plans that they want to, put out that is different from, since we got the B-2s and things that they want to talk about. And they don't want to do it over a damn Zoom call that could be hacked or whatever. So they're getting all of them in here. And I think there's going to be a massive ass chewing, number one, on a lot of these generals that can't get on board with the fact of this DEI stuff and other things. They're still getting some pushback on that. Some of them, anonymously posting this and that. But for the most part, I think it's going to be maybe some new directives that come out of the War College and budgetary things on how they're going to how we're going to be slimmer and better, equipped. That's the only reason they're firing a bunch of generals is number one, is because you can't have, 20% of your staff officer, the general officers and stuff like that, just sitting on their ass arguing over who's going to be the top dog, who's going to make the decisions. And it's, this is probably something that they've needed to do every year, forever. I mean, get everybody in the same room, every military branch in the same room and say, get your crap together. We're all wearing green. Let's all get together on certain things and budgets are number one. It's, because military's had this use or lose forever. We had it when I was in. Hell, when I was in charge of my my unit, we had all your ordering for your everything. I mean, from equipment, supplies, everything like that. If you spent $10 million last year, they want you to spend $10 million this year, or more. Use that money or lose it. But I think that those days are over. I think they're gonna use exactly what they need and probably have enough money on reserve to get things that might pop up. But I look for them. There's 800 going. I look for about 600 of them to be coming back out, and about probably 250 of them to be forcibly retired and or put in other positions, because it's it's a long time coming, man. I mean, Biden and them were just promoting every damn human being known to man, back into up the ranks quickly. They had all them 4-star generals. Why? Why did they need all them? When you got more damn officers than you got enlisted that can get it, that's actually going to be getting out here and getting bloodied. It's time to call it quits on a lot of stuff. But I look for, like I said, budgetary stuff and just war making capabilities and to be biting some butts, along the way. So we'll see. But that's my view on it. As far as that comet, big ass rock with a dirt trail, that's all it is. They didn't start picking that up until it got closer to the sun, when it started giving off more gases and more of a trail of junk falling behind it. I don't think it's anything other than that. But Comey, I got some issues with this, Steve. It's I hope the hell they prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, but I don't see it happening. They kind of rushed into this because the statute of limitations was coming up on
next week.
On charges, what he could be charged with. So they rushed through this, and they didn't rush into it until Trump had his postings, which he took them down, which was really surprising. I would imagine the White House counsel said, "Don't do this. You need to knock this crap off, because you're, whatever chance that they have on prosecuting somebody like that, you're knocking it down with your mouth." So I look for that. But it's the same damn thing, man. If you want something prosecuted, send it in front of or if you want charges filed, take it up in front of a grand jury. They'll charge a bologna sandwich. Number one, there's nobody there to rebut the charges or the accusations. There's nobody there to stand up and say this didn't happen. It's all about the prosecution. They're presenting evidence that there is a likelihood that a crime was committed. Now, perjury, what he's getting charged with, or obstruction as it relates to the perjury charge or filing false statement, that's going to be hard to prove, man. I mean, they got number one, they got to prove that there is malice there, that there is, he was intentionally trying to undermine Donald Trump or whatever to cause these kind of problems, and even if he goes in front of a grand jury, or look how many people's went in front of Congress, and this had to be a referral coming up from Congress, from the Senate. He did his testimony in front of a Senate Judiciary Committee. There was only a couple of people that sat on that committee that was on there then that I think would have submitted this up as a referral for prosecution, and number one was Ted Cruz. So I would just about bet that his fingerprints are on this in a certain way, and he does converse with Donald Trump on a regular basis about things. And so if it goes to court, if it does go to trial and they step up and say, did you talk to the president about these charges, blah, 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 or try to bring in whoever wrote the charge sheet, to get him, brought up on charges, it very well could be tossed, and so, they all have certain amount of immunities on things, and if Comey was to step up in front of a judge and, during I guess discovery or anywhere else, and when they're doing the charges on him, the formal reading of the charges, how do you plead not guilty, blah blah blah, boom, all right, comes back into court again, and they're talking about getting these charges dismissed for whatever reason, and he can say, well, look, he had certain immunities, and they could probably prove that he had certain kind of immunities under who on what he actually said. Was it misleading? Was he trying to mislead, or was he just trying to be vague on his answers? He's going to go with vague. He didn't. He's another person that has dominated vagueness in what he gives to the public. So I don't know. They may meet. They may say, "Hey, did you ever meet with Hillary Clinton and people like that?" When you get him under oath in a courtroom and stuff, and they're presenting evidence, it could be changed completely. But really, I think the two charges that he's under, obstruction of justice, number one, or number two, and then you got the filing false statement. During the judiciary committee hearing, I think they're going to be very hard to prove anything, and outside of the grand jury, taking everything up in front of the grand jury and saying, this is what we have, this is what he did, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, there's enough evidence there to file formal charges, but is there enough evidence there to convict? That's two different things.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there's a damn thing going to happen to it, other than the fact that he's, it's probably going to be dismissed. And if he is convicted on one of the counts or something like that, on say obstruction of justice, he may be disbarred, which he don't give a rat's ass. He's got a ton of money off that book, and off of, just not really the book, but off the advance on the book, because I don't think a lot of people are buying it. And he can still work in capacities of, other capacities. I can't stand the guy. I think he was a joke. When you see an FBI director that is blatantly going after a president of the United States, and everything that happened, under his watch, is coming up, but it's just suspect, man, that it's coming up so fast right before the statute of limitations is up on some of these things. And so like I said, I don't think there's going to be a lot said about it. I think it's going to be swept under the rug, and then of course you had, Trump with that comment that he made, when, all talk and no action, talk to Bondi, and everything. And when are we going to see charges on Schiff, and when are we going to see charges on, on Comey and stuff? And then they had to take the post down, so that, that's not good, man. Like I said, it's when you start saying things like that, whether you're, and he is known for running his mouth. I mean, he's a bomb thrower. That's how Donald's been like that his entire life. And, when you step into government, it's not like being in a boardroom. You can, a lot of things can happen, and when you start making accusations, or when you start making suggestions that this guy needs to be charged, it looks political. It does not look like it's anything other than politics. And especially after, the first round, when they were looking at Comey in the very beginning, what was it, in 2020? They were looking at him in that area, and then the Biden administration come in with his new guy and all that. And they said, well, there's no, we don't see anything that he did wrong, things like that. It's hard to dig out of that hole, and for somebody else to step up and say, yeah, well, we do see something wrong. Well, you're on the other side of the aisle. So, what I'm saying, it looks more political than anything, which it is. I think it is political. But, and Comey nobody was any more politically charged to disrupt an election and things like that than Comey was, and so, they fired a lot of people. Trump did. He fired several of Comey's top, people when he came into office, and what they say could affect this, but hell, they could suddenly get amnesia too. I know what was the other guy's name that said he did tell him to leak some of the stuff to the papers and stuff. I can't remember his damn name now, but what's he going to do when it comes trial time? Is he going to suddenly say, well, I was coerced into saying that or something, just kind of cover my own butt? You never know. Yeah. It's what's going to happen here, but I just don't think that it's going to make it through. I think if it makes it all the way through a trial, he's going to be acquitted. It's just the way the justice system works. That's the untouchables, and he's probably one of them. So, but that was my take on it. And I wouldn't worry about these generals. Hell, it's just instead of getting them all, in each military theater, like I said, the Pacific Command and the European Command and the Central Command and all this other stuff, they on Zoom calls, they I think he's just wanting to lay down the law on the everything from transgender to budgets to war-making capabilities, and they probably, like I said, they probably have some new war-making plans. As our technology advances, so does our plans. They have to change. They have to and we just got a dose of what these B-2s, the stealth bombers can do, and that affects so much of the war-making capabilities, and they're probably given, it's probably going to be some closed classified briefings on what Russia has. I know they're looking at a lot of these damn what the hell are they? The
hypersonic, yeah.
Shit, I can't remember.
Yeah.
There you go. These things are, when one of them, when they launch one of them things, it circles a damn globe and hits right back where it was. Pretty much. It's time to start rethinking things, and I think there's going to be a lot of information out on those, and the best way to do it is get everybody in the same room and talk about that stuff. But I look for some firings and things like that too. Hegseth, he's kind of, he's trying to make a name for himself. You'll see him running for president one of these days, I'm sure. But I think he's going to be somebody that's going to step out and say this is what we talked about, and yada yada yada, and this kind of thing, and we'll see. But I wouldn't put a lot into it.
Very good. Grump, good to hear from you here on a Friday. Have a good weekend, and we'll be talking some football with you come early Monday, right? Looking forward to that.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your
your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, back at it here on a Friday. Weekend coming on. Brain Dead this past day forwarded my way out of Little Rock, Arkansas. What's going on with the farmers? He said, here in Arkansas, farmers say they're facing an agricultural crisis. Representative Deanne Vaught says we are beyond ripple, we're beyond crisis. We're to a tsunami. Row crop farmers across Arkansas sounding the alarm, pushing for help before it's too late. Representative Vaught said we're looking at 1 to 3 farms, 1 out of every 3 farms, going out of business right now. Now, a farmer herself explained the message that she and other agricultural leaders discussed during this week's public hearing or public meeting. They say it's a challenging situation for farms, many of which have been around for decades. The heartache of having to decide if I can carry on with the 5th generation farm or the 4th generation farm and knowing that it lands on me if I don't move forward. That's a lot for a farmer to carry on their shoulders because none of us want to stop farming. We don't even want subsidies, she says. Despite a recent report from the University of Arkansas Systems Division of Agriculture, along with the University of Missouri Rural Farm Finance Policy, showing net farm income expected to rise 22% this year. Experts like soybean extension agronomist Jeremy Ross said that the math on the ground tells a different story. If you look at the current market, the price is about $10 or less. So let's just make it easy. At $10. At $10, you harvest a 55 bushel crop. That's $550. And it cost you $580 to put that in. Now you're $30 in the hole. That means many farmers are operating at a loss with debts that carry over from year to year. Hold the thought there. Meanwhile, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, Some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, pick it up right where we left off there. This was, a couple nights ago, Pup had called in about that. He was talking about the crop prices. And now I guess this is a better understanding of what he was talking about. In other words, farmers, you can't keep running a business and be losing money. How do you pay the bills? Especially when you've got the debts that carry over from year to year. Brandy Carroll says, quote, "The truth is, this year, it doesn't really matter what you grow. You're projected to lose money on an acre. Really, no matter what you've planted." So that's a difficult situation for the farmers to be in. Brandy's with the Arkansas Farm Bureau Federation, stating that inflation, tariffs, global conflicts have all driven up costs, while the crop prices remain depressed. While the America Farm Bureau Federation reported that the Big Beautiful Bill will provide $66 billion in new farm investments starting next year, by then it'll be too late. They are facing a really hard choice right now, how to keep their families on the farm and how to maintain their way of life, which is very valuable to a lot of people. So there's going to be a lot of people making really hard choices. TV 11 spoke with Senator John Boozman last week about is there any help in the works. Boozman explained that he and other local lawmakers are hopeful that some sort of a funding agreement can be reached, of course, as Congress tries to avoid a government shutdown. And that is now literally days away. We're into the 26th day of September. Yeah, shutdown time is coming up here on the 30th, right? And at this point, it looks like there's no agreement in sight. Senor Heatwave, good morning.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, well, I mentioned that when I came back from Texas, talking to a big farmer who was also a John Deere dealer. He was talking about how the crops in Texas were just absolutely fantastic. 180 bushels an acre on some areas for corn, where it's normally 110 for an average. 3.5 bales an acre, and you have seed that you can sell after it gets ginned off. And a bale of cotton generally is about 500 pounds. It goes anywhere from 480 to 550. That's generally in that area. It's considered a bale. But if you're only getting, 60 cents a pound, that's not really a whole lot of money, considering the fact that you had to pay over $20 for a 50-pound bag of seed. Hell, it might even be more now. I've been out of the farming business for a while, but I like, keep some sort of hand in it, finger in it, figure out what's going on. The corn, so he said, I think he said it was less than $3 a bushel. And a bushel depends on the commodity. It could be anywhere from like 48 to 53 pounds, depending on what the commodity is, and that's considered a bushel. Well, hell, a bag of seed is 50 pounds. And I can guarantee you that seed costs a whole lot more than any old, $3 bushel of corn or whatever crop it is you're had. So yeah, it's very bad. That's the reason why the commercial companies like Pioneer or I don't even know what all companies are out there now. Agro, ACGRO. It's all becoming a commercial business. So yeah, and it's awful hard to have your farms going, especially when your equipment costs are astronomical. I mean, a combine that goes out there and harvest the grain, $500,000. Do what? Yeah, $500,000. The tractors, they're about the same. They're $100,000, $200,000. And they're all computer. I mean, hell, all you do is sit in there and it'll plow its own straight. It'll drive a straight line with the satellites and GPS. I mean, all you're doing is you're making sure that it turns right. So it's something to worry about. Plus, you got to have the fuel, the fertilizers. then if you got property tax and you got to pay all that, I mean, yeah, it's scary.
Wow.
Well, Grump is right as far as the military goes. You have a budget, and you have to justify that money you got. And there is a whirlwind of spending at the end of the fiscal year. And if you can spend all of your money, then that's justification for needing more
the following
for the next
year.
fiscal year.
Yeah.
So if you got $10 million and you done spent all of it, well, then you're justifying saying, well, we need 11 million or 12 million for parts and whatnot. And it's not just for parts; it's maintenance on the bases, fuel for the aircraft, fuel for the machines that you got to use to, get your aircraft from one hangar to another, inside, or just anything that costs money. I mean, hell, when I was at Shepherd Air Force Base back in 1986, the streets were repaved. I mean, they had asphalt, and they just repaved the streets. And me not knowing anything better, I asked one of the sergeants, I said, why are you doing this? I mean, the road was just fine. And he says, we have to justify our budget for next year. And when you lay asphalt down, that ain't cheap. So, yeah, it's something else. And as far as those generals coming in, that movie Armageddon with Bruce Willis,
yeah.
Ben Affleck, Billy Bob Thornton, that. I mean, you can just imagine what's going on in a lot of these. What do they call them? Theorists. Dadgummit, my mind is mush. Well, anyways, everyone's got their own theory about what's going on. And I would say if you really want to know some weird stuff, you just go to that other talk show and listen to what those people have to say. But, that's something else. Well, other than that, now the company I work for is number 3 in the LTL industry. And I think they may have gone a little overboard with the projections for what they were going to do this year. I've already worked for a number 3 LTL company, and we've seen how that worked out. Today, we blew some kind of coolant line going to the transmission area, or it could have been the heater coil line going to the bunk. I don't know what it was, but I was well passed out, and apparently we were on the side of the road for about 3 hours waiting for someone to come get us. And when he was trying to take the drive shaft off, one of the bolts, the bolt head, was stripped. So he called his company to see if they could send someone down with a torch to cut it. And they told him, nah, just take the drive axles out. So he did. I mean, that was a gooey damn mess. But, another 3 hours sitting there waiting, another six hours go from Monticello, Utah, up to Salt Lake City. And, we're constantly reminded of one of the higher-ups coming down to Albuquerque last year talked to us about the state of the company. And he had said, you get a team together, within 2 weeks, we'll have them a new truck. Well, the truck we're driving now, which was busted for about 2 weeks, has 954,000 miles on it. I mean, that's a lot of miles to have on an engine, on the frame, on the components. There's going to be a time where you're going to have to say, you know what, it's costing more to maintain that vehicle than it would be to get these people a new vehicle. or one that's been gently used, within 100,000 miles or whatnot. But I think they overestimated what they were going to do this year as far as moving freight. And the reason why I'm running team is because I know there'll be something there for you just don't know. I mean, hell, even those that are running dedicated routes, they're not all running because there's just not enough freight to support it. And it's not just us. I'm sure it's everyone else out there. So I certainly hope and pray that we can get this economic situation done where we can get all the tariff deals made, and we can bring those companies here to America and start making our own product so where we can start pushing out and giving it to the people out here and then shipping it overseas and making money that way. So, but other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening. Y'all have a good weekend, Senor. We'll holler at y'all around next week.
Thank you for chiming in here on a casual Friday. Well, speaking of tariffs and trying to bring manufacturing back here to this country, that's exactly in the headlines. And even trucking is involved in this particular update. With the president announcing this past day, he's going to put import taxes of 100% on pharmaceutical drugs, 50% on kitchen cabinets and bathroom vanities, 30% on upholstered furniture, and 25% on heavy trucks starting October 1. So obviously, his devotion to tariffs didn't end with the trade frameworks and import taxes that were launched in August. We've begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, according to Jerome Powell with the Federal Reserve. Now, Trump, via Truth Social, said that the pharmaceutical tariffs will not apply to companies that are building manufacturing plants here in the United States, which he defined as either breaking ground or being under construction. Now, we've seen a number of the large pharmaceutical companies that are doing just that. So it's not clear how the tariffs would apply to companies that already have factories in the U.S. Last year, we imported nearly $233 billion in pharmaceutical and medicinal products. According to the Census Bureau, the prospect of prices going up for some medicines could send shockwaves to voters. Now, Trump said that foreign manufacturers of furniture and cabinetry have been flooding the U.S. with their products. The tariffs must be applied for national security and other reasons. New tariffs on cabinetry, they say, would further increase the cost for home builders when many people that are seeking to buy a home feel that they're pretty priced out of the mix right now. Now, heavy trucks. Trump said the foreign-made heavy trucks and parts are hurting our domestic producers. Large truck company manufacturers like Peterbilt, Kenworth, Freightliner, Mack Trucks, and others will be protected from this onslaught of outside interruptions, according to the president. He continues to claim inflation is no longer a challenge for the economy. Now, there's questions in regards to that. Depends on who you ask, right? It's 844-844-3388, but I can see the idea of trying to protect our truck manufacturers here. That makes sense. For some of the furniture, where North Carolina, South Carolina used to have a massive base of furniture manufacturing. think he's trying to bring some of that back and bring some of those jobs back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Rolling into a Friday. And hello to Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, hopefully this morning I don't have as much excitement as I did yesterday morning. I was going past Patterson, New Jersey there on 80 and came across a truck that was in the westbound lanes, and he decided to jump the guardrail or jump the concrete Jersey wall and come into the eastbound lanes, and he had concrete spread throughout the eastbound lanes in the middle lane, and he was in the right lane, and anyhow, so far this morning around Reading there, it was really, really foggy. It's hard to see, but so anyhow, here in Jersey now, it's a lot better. I can see it. I even have my eyes open. But anyhow, this weekend we got a thing that we do every year. It's a bunch of families with Down syndrome children get together, and we have a meeting, and the whole weekend, and it's like a catered event, and everybody can get together and share stories, and and they have me as one of the speakers. And the topic is personal stories of how God was instrumental in having a good outcome in your life. And I just thought, well, maybe I'll just share one of the stories from Ashton Mario Kart that happened when he was about, I think he was 3 years old, maybe 4. We had came home from church one Sunday night, and well, I had to get to bed. I get up early, and anyhow, I just happened to look out the window, and I seen a whole bunch of cars on our street, and they seemed to be moving pretty slow, and it was just a little unusual because we live on a dead-end street. And so I go there and agree with Rita. I said, hey, I think our neighbors are going to be serenaded. And then our sort of Mennonite culture, when a newly married couple gets married, one of the things that their friends do is they try to come around when they go to bed, and they try to make a lot of noise and wake them up, and to get the young bride there to test out her socializing skills and stuff like that. And I thought that's what was happening, but anyhow, this whole line of cars continued past their house, and I was like, "Oh, that's odd." And then in the headlights of the car, I could tell there was a woman walking, and she was carrying a child. And I was like, well, as soon as, this is dawning on me, and I was like, well, that's Ashton. And I told Cream of Wheat there, I said, the Ashton's coming. This lady has Ashton. And so here what happened is we put Ashton to bed, and he got out of the house, and it was a moonlit night, and he went running down the street, and he got out on the main road, and some people stopped and picked him up, and they called the cops, and this lady that was carrying him said, I know where this guy belongs. Nobody knew who this child was. Nobody knew. And she ended up being the person that rode on his bus to what was it called? Sort of like preschool, but early intervention. What our state does, for people with special needs to help them learn quicker and learn better. And so she was there, and then they were able to come before even the cops came. They came to our house, and he was Ashton was found before we even knew that he was lost. And it was just amazing how God allowed that to happen, allowed and of course, the cops were, one was a good cop and one was a bad cop. I got read a riot act.
I bet
for
you
not
did.
knowing where my
right. I bet you did. Well, we pause there. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted by a Virginia grand jury. He faces charges of false statements and obstruction of justice tied to testimony he gave Congress about the 2016 investigation into alleged Russian election interference. The Department of Homeland Security says they're going to immediately ramp up security nationwide after at least one detainee died and 2 others were injured during a shooting at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday.
The shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in the shooting. I'm Mark Mayfield.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is confirming the death of a detainee at a facility in Adelanto, California.
39-year-old Ismael Ayala Uribe died on Monday after spending 5 weeks in the detention center. A statement from ICE says he died in a hospital after his health rapidly declined in custody. Family members say they never had a chance to see him before his death. Ayala Uribe was detained by ICE agents in August while working at a car wash in Huntington Beach. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The White House is unveiling the new Presidential Walk of Fame.
The collection is positioned just outside the Oval Office and features portraits of U.S. presidents with the exception of former President Biden. For former President Biden, the White House opted to use a framed photo of an auto pen writing his signature. President Trump and his allies have focused on Biden's alleged use of the auto pen, which can be used to sign official documents in place of a manual signature, and they've raised questions about his cognitive abilities while in office. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
The borders have nearly been completely shut down, so that has ceased the supply of a lot of regular fentanyl coming across the border.
The Drug Enforcement Administration is warning about a tranquilizer for elephants that's being sold as fentanyl in Washington state.
Earlier this month, over 50,000 pills were seized from a suspect at a Centralia gas station. The pills were tested in a lab, and instead of containing fentanyl, they contained carfentanil. It's a synthetic opioid made to tranquilize elephants. It's 100 times more potent than fentanyl. They're finding the drug on the streets and caution one pill can kill. I'm Brad Ford.
Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the Bahamas are bracing for heavy rain and possible flooding as 2 tropical systems approach. Tropical storm Humberto, which recently formed in the Atlantic,
is expected to strengthen into a hurricane by the weekend. Meanwhile, another disturbance is developing near the Bahamas and may also become a named storm. Both systems warrant close monitoring due to their uncertain paths and the possibility of storm interaction. While the forecast remains low confidence, models suggest one or both systems could come close to the East Coast by early next week. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Measles cases are at a new high since the disease was declared eradicated 25 years ago.
More than 1,500 cases were reported by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as of Wednesday, with outbreaks spreading in Utah and Arizona. Utah health officials say they expect more cases as people with measles travel to the state. The illness has been growing as vaccination rates decline. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty then, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, so welcome into a Friday. Greatest day of the week. There you go. All right, we'll get back at it here. Let me finish up with Buckwheat. Thanks for hanging in there. Always good to have a positive story.
Yeah. And, so the good cop, bad cop scenario, the one cop made me feel like an asshole for not being in control of my son, and the other cop gave me some solutions. So we ended up having to put a pool alarm on our one door, and we locked all the other doors that he couldn't get out. And so that's the way we handled it. And it was fun to watch the people that would come over, and they wouldn't know that you had to push a button and before you exit the house, or this alarm would sound. So we had most people locked their houses to keep people out, but we were locking our house to keep people in.
Right.
So, yeah. But anyhow, he's not quite as a flight risk now. There was about 10 years or so that we were. You had to keep your eye on him all the time because he just wanted to run free, you know. But anyhow, so yeah, that's my cream of wheat there. She always got nervous when the farmer planted corn next to our house because we were concerned that he would get in there and he wouldn't come out. But he never went into the cornfield, so that was a good thing because I'm not sure if that was too constrictive too. He just wanted to be free. He wanted to run free.
Yeah.
But so anyhow, but yeah, it's he keeps life exciting, and Cream of Wheat there shared on her Facebook page. The school sends us stuff. They got him working on different projects. We have an organization that's called CAM, which packs food for Haiti and stuff like that. You know, like for overseas and stuff, you know, make like big bundles of stuff, you know, they have big bulk grains and stuff, and they put it in smaller packages. They have Ashton Mario Kart doing stuff like that, and there's a food bank organization in Lancaster that he works with, and he also, during school time, delivers Meals on Wheels. So he goes up to the door, and he can't speak, but he has an iPad, and it has certain buttons on, and that's how he communicates with the people that he hands the meals to. And so, they're keeping him active and keeping him out of trouble, and that's a good thing. So, but yeah, anyhow, but all right, well, that's pretty much all I have this morning, and we'll speak at you later.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Have a wonderful weekend. And hopefully a less eventful, as you said, a less eventful Friday. Lone Ranger, what's up?
Good morning. Well, I'm still alive. I had a conference call with a doctor on Monday, and he said he's happy with the progress. I had blood work done on Friday, but it's still a long road. I just still can't be around people, and a lot of aches and pains, but it still beats the alternative. So looks like I might survive, but he says, well, the cancer's gone. I said, yeah, I heard that 3 other times, buddy. So it's a wait and see attitude for me, but I'm getting my strength back a little bit. I got two big car shows coming up starting next week, so I gotta stay with it. I don't know why we're still paying $3 a gallon for gas. They said they're drilling and refining more than ever, and I don't know why this gas price is still sitting at $3, at least around here it is. So I'm waiting for that $2 to come back. Did you by chance see Trump's wall of fame that he put up in the hallway?
When I first saw it, I thought that was somebody's artificial intelligence joke. Turns out it is real.
That cracked me up. He has all the presidents lined up, and of course they have gold frames because that's his favorite color. And when you get to Biden, it shows the auto pen. That just cracked me up. There's no picture of Biden. That guy, I tell you what, Trump has, whether you like him or not, he's got some sense of humor, and he's a ball buster. He don't give a damn what you think. When you got $10 billion and you don't have to worry about re-election, you just don't give a damn anymore. He'll say whatever he wants to say.
Yeah.
I'm curious about something here, Steve. There was talk about them banning trans people from owning firearms because of the large number in the recent shootings of people being trans or some form of sexual confusion or gender dysphoria or whatever. And they said some of the medication that these people take when they're transitioning goofs them up. And that might be part of the problem why we're seeing so many. But what I'm curious about, why aren't the Democrats screaming about gun control over these recent shootings of conservatives? You're not hearing any screaming for gun control, no screaming for an assault weapons ban. Usually when there's a shooting, that's the first thing you see. They jump on it, never let a tragedy go to waste, and they try to turn it into gun control legislation. Of course, blaming the gun for the shooting is like blaming forks and spoons for obesity, or blaming Bic lighters for arson, or blaming cars for drunk driver deaths. An object can't commit a crime. It requires an operator. And the other thing I'm curious about, Charlie Kirk got killed by a .30-06 hunting rifle with a scope. So why aren't they calling for a ban on .30-06 hunting rifles to prevent any more shootings? That's not happening. And the other two things I'm curious about, in both cases, when Trump got shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, and when Charlie Kirk got shot in Utah, in both cases, you saw videos of the shooters on the roof before the shooting. The spectators in both cases pointed to them, said there's somebody on the roof. Now, what I'm curious about, the snipers that they had at Butler, they were screaming, there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the roof. Why didn't they shoot that guy before he fired a shot? If there's a guy on a roof with a rifle, what other intention does he have except to shoot somebody? So it's like when they had when Obama had that the rules of engagement over in the Middle East, you weren't allowed to shoot a guy until he shot first. That was the rule, because a lot of people, there's no uniforms, you don't know who the enemy is, and a lot of people were carrying firearms for protection over there. So that's great if the guy's a bad shot. But if you wait for him to fire first and he's a good shot, you don't get to shoot because you're dead. So I can't figure out. In both cases, the spectators pointed to a guy on the roof, and even the one when they showed the video of the guy on the roof in Utah, he was laying on the roof in the shooting position with a rifle. And the spectators were pointing at it. Now, why didn't somebody just, you could see him plain as day. Why didn't somebody just shoot him before he took the shot? What good is it to wait till after he shoots?
I know in the Butler case, the Butler PA case, that turned out to be a breakdown in communication with the local law enforcement and the Secret Service, which had the snipers that could have acted, not being on the same channel, listening to the local law enforcement, where they knew there was someone there. They were trying to get someone over there, but the Secret Service wasn't listening.
Yeah, well, what I'm curious about, the snipers were, up way above the spectators. So how did the spectators notice a guy on the roof and not the snipers who were above the shooter? And it seems kind of silly that they have to wait for a phone call to shoot a guy with a rifle on the roof with a president on the same property. The whole thing seems wacky to me. And then we never found out the whole story on that guy. They buried him, and that was the end of it. I had an interesting experience the other day. I had a couple old shotguns I wanted to get rid of, so there's a little pawn shop here, and I took them down there. I figured, once and done, get rid of them. Didn't want them anymore. Trying to liquidate a lot of stuff because I'm such a pack rat, and who knows what my future is, so trying to liquidate a lot of stuff. So I go down there, and this is a little tiny place. He has a lot of firearms, a lot of pistols, a lot of rifles. He deals in gold and coins and anything collectible. So I go in there, and there's a bunch of people in there. I said, what the heck's going on here? There's usually only one or two people in there. So I sit down, wait my turn. I was sitting right by the little scale that he has. Well, here I didn't realize that gold had gone up to over $3,700 an ounce. And people were bringing in old rings. Mm-hmm. And the guy next to me, he had a bag of silver coins because silver, which usually was hanging in $20-some for decades, has doubled. It's gone over to $40-some an ounce. I think it might have something to do with those chips that are coming from China back over here. I think it takes silver to make them. Maybe that's it. I don't know. So I said to the guy next to me, I said, wow, I said, this is unbelievable. He goes, well, look at how high gold is. He goes, people are bringing in their rings because they don't know that price is going to be sustained. When it gets that high, it could drop back down. So this lady came in. She was ahead of me. She had a little bag of old rings, like a couple class rings and a couple wedding bands and just like 6 or 8 rings. So I was sitting right by the scale. So the owner of the place, he was taking one ring at a time, putting on this little scale. The first ring he put on was a class ring with, they're pretty big. He put it on there, and she wanted to know how much each one was worth, and then she decided if she wanted to let them go. That was $800 and some, and he had a little band was $200 and some, and all of them were like $200-$300, and then the bigger ones were more. So she walked out of there, and this is just stuff that, according to her, she just had these old rings laying around. And when she saw the price of gold, she decided to bring them in. She walked out of there with $4,000 in $100 bills, and you should have seen the look on her face. So then I got the idea. I had some old rings laying around. I thought, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll do that too, because when you're looking at something, when you haven't touched something in 5 years, you don't need it anymore. So I thought, you know what? I had an old class ring that was my brother's from. He died in 1977, a motorcycle accident. So it's the sentimental value. There's nobody left in my family. Everybody's dead except me. So that the sentimental value, there's nobody around that no ex-wife or no kids or nothing to take that ring for the sentimental value. So I said, well, time to let stuff go. So then I learned a lesson. I went over to the lady that does my title work. And she said she took a ring to this guy here, this little place, just a gold band. He offered her $50 for it. and she didn't like that, so she went back and talked to one of her friends that deals in coins and minerals and collectibles, and he said, "Oh, no, you have to go to the place down," gave her the name of another place about maybe a half hour away. And she went down there and got $250 for that same ring the guy offered her $50 for up here. So I said, "Well, I'm glad I shared this. I shared the same story with her that I just shared with you." She said, "That's where you have to go. My friend deals in this stuff, and that's where he goes." So I went down there, and I had just 5 rings laying around for decades. Who knows how many years? I don't know. I just dug them out and took them down there and walked out of there with $1,388 for 5 rings that were just laying around, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm turning clutter into cash right now.
That's a good thing.
I joined a couple of these trucking groups on Facebook, just, keep track of what's going on. And I'm in horror reading some of the comments from the drivers about these foreign drivers, the stuff they do. And this guy said that he's tired of going into the restroom stalls in a truck stop and seeing water all over the floor and empty plastic water bottles. And I thought, what the heck's that all about? Well, here he went on. I never heard of this before because I got out of the industry before all these bums got into the industry. And, of course, you got to blame that on ATA because they got permission to bring them in the industry, and they blamed it on the shortage of drivers. They've been talking about shortage of drivers now for 50 years. The shortage of drivers is with companies that don't pay any money. I was behind a truck the other day. I forget the name of the company, but on the back it said, "Oh, come work with us. We'll pay you 55 cents a mile, and you'll get a lot of miles." I was making 54 cents a mile when I retired in 2011. And these guys are working for wages from way back when. And then you wonder why there's a shortage of drivers, because as soon as that guy running for 55 cents a mile finds out that everybody else is getting 30 cents a mile more than him, he's going to quit. And that's where the shortage of drivers comes, because these guys, there's a high turnover rate from these cheap companies. So anyway, these foreigners, according to this commentary, they don't use toilet paper. When they do their business, they wash the area with spring water, and they don't use the toilet paper, and then they throw the empty bottle on the floor. Now, I was horrified, but I guess it's true. I mean, this wasn't some guy making a joke or anything. So getting rid of these foreign drivers that don't speak English is probably the best thing that happened to the trucking industry in a long time, because the accident rate went way up, and the standards of these guys, I notice the difference in quality of drivers every time I go out west. It gets worse and worse every year. And it's actually embarrassing because, when trucks were driven by truck drivers, it was a whole different world. Now, I don't even know what to call these guys that they're putting in the trucks now. And of course, not all, hopefully it's a small percentage, but that small percentage is what the public notices. The worst case is that one in Florida where the guy made the U-turn and 3 people died, and then he had no remorse. He just didn't even have an expression on his face. Never even went over to see if anybody was okay. So it's that attitude that really turns people off. And then, of course, you got the flip-flops and the dirty habits and all that stuff, because they bring their cleanliness standards from their third world country with them, and that's not the same as ours.
No doubt.
So getting rid of those guys that don't speak English, that's a good thing. And the last thing I have, the Democrat Party, the 2 big superstars are AOC and Crockett. So you got a bartender and a ghetto rat who can't even speak proper English. Now, let's not forget, AOC got elected in 2018, took her post in Congress in 2019. When she got elected, she got into this whole climate change thing, and she said we had 12 years to live, and we were going to all die. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So now it's, 2019. So now it's 6 years later, so we only have 6 more years to live. Now, if she wants to run for president, can you imagine on a debate how she would answer that question about how she came up with that? And then the other thing is, the first thing she did when she got elected, she's from Queens, and she said when she was running, she's Puerto Rican, she said she knew she would get elected because people who look like her would vote for her, and there was enough people with her same complexion in her district to get her over the top, and that turned out to be exactly true. There's 300,000 people in her district in Queens. She only got 17,000 votes because more than half of them don't even vote. So she got elected, but the first thing she did was block Amazon from building a world headquarters in Queens, New York, that would have brought 25,000 high-paying jobs. She blocked it. So that was her big accomplishment, blocking good-paying jobs. So if that's the best they can do, I saw a guy put a funny little thing on the internet the other day. The Democrat Party approval rating is, last time I looked, was like 19%. I don't know how much lower it can go before they just disband the party. They have nothing to offer. It's all hate Trump, hate Trump, hate Trump, bash Trump, criticize Trump. That's the whole agenda. And you got to wonder how the constituents feel when all these Democrat representatives, all they do all day, every day is bash Trump. What are they doing for the constituents? What are they bringing to their districts? It's crazy, but the rating is going lower and lower and lower and lower. They have nothing to offer. They have no leader. They have no agenda, no policies. It's just bash Trump, bash Trump, bash Trump. And this guy put this funny comment. He said, the Democrat Party is going down faster than Bill Clinton's pants in an Arkansas trailer park. And that's about all I got, so I'll see you later.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for the update, Lone Ranger. I'm glad you're still with us. Continue fighting the fight. All right, we are literally a handful of days away from a potential government shutdown, right? As both sides, Republicans, Democrats, continue trading blows. Both sides indicating that neither's going to budge from their position on federal funding. Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, released a memo earlier this week highlighting some of the past year's comments by Senate Democrats when they were warning of the pitfalls of a government shutdown. Johnson's memo says House Republicans acted responsibly last week to keep the government open with the clean, short-term continuing resolution. Democrats who used to warn that shutdowns would hurt seniors, veterans, working families, now threatening to force one unless Congress repeals the working families tax cut, restores. This is what they're wanting to shut the government down for, people. The Democrats want to restore my and your taxpayer-funded health care for illegals. And sends $500 million to the left-leaning news outlets, the likes of the NPR and whatnot, that we're stopping the funding for. That's what they're fighting for, the Democrats. So hold that thought. We'll come back and pick up with more. Back to your calls ahead on a early Friday. It's 844-844-3388. All right, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted in Virginia, accused of lying to Congress about the 2016 Russia election probe. President Trump says he's not involved with that case, but called Comey a sick guy. NORAD has tracked 4 Russian military planes in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone.
The planes were detected and monitored Wednesday. The group included 2 bombers and 2 fighter jets. NORAD responded with an E-3 Sentry, 4 F-16s, and 4 tankers to identify and intercept the Russian planes. All of the planes remained in international airspace and did not enter U.S. or Canadian sovereign territory. This is the 9th time this year NORAD has reported such activity. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Industrial Average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE.
We know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, got a Friday coming our way. Weekend is upon us. All right, Plowboy, got you coming up momentarily. Philip, even on a Friday. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Hanging with them.
I heard that. Hey, I tell you what, man, that storm down there is making a little people anxious, and it ain't even got together yet. Have you seen that, Steve?
Yeah, it's quite a unique scenario. Like looking at, I guess what they call them, sister storms, twin brothers, whatever it's going to be. They're having a real hard time predicting what they're going to do. And I'm seeing this whole Fujiwara thing when one might just, I guess, steal the other.
Yeah. Well, the big thing that we need to look at is there's a high pressure that has pushed them a little bit west, and it got in between them for a little bit there, and that's the big thing that we need to pay attention to. But if you look at the models right now, everything is lining up. It's gonna go straight up, and I would be kind of concerned if I was in South Carolina or North Carolina. That's where I'd be kind of concerned with.
That's the way it's looking, yeah.
And what I'm seeing, I don't know what, we might get some of it, I would think, but it's not going to be a super huge storm, but it's going to be enough that'll hurt somebody. And it's going right over the Gulf Stream too. That's the thing that I made that comment on Mike's weather page the other day, and he agreed with me. It's going over that Gulf Stream, and that Gulf Stream water is warm. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really warm. And that's something that we got to look at, with ocean heat content and whatnot. But it's funny how it works out. And all the models, I just sit down and I looked at, waiting here at the store to get ready to go in. I looked, and the GFS, the European model, the CMC, and the NavGen, they all line up the same way. All the models are showing the same scenario. And usually when it's into that kind of a situation, it's probably going to be true to the validity of it, So we just got to sit back and wait, see how it goes. And last night I was talking about a no-fly zone over Disney. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if you remember that, Steve.
Yes.
And it's public knowledge. If you're a pilot, you get a Jepson map, and over Disneyland or Disney World, there is a no-fly zone. And I want to put a little bit more into the explanation. I guess I didn't, and I thought I sent Plowboy a text and enlightened him on what was going on with it. But it's essentially, we have a no-fly zone that you have to be into that area. You have to get permission from us. The only folks that can go in there without permission is your military, your law enforcement, obviously your state and local government is, and the federal government, and emergency helicopters. So like somebody has a wreck on the road and they have to land a helicopter and they have to fly across that fly zone to get to the hospital, they can go right across it. Disney doesn't block that. But if it's any private aircraft or company aircraft, they have to get permission from the company to go across there. We've had that infect. We actually had our own airport there for a while, and we shut it down. We had a short takeoff and landing airport there, real close to Magic Kingdom, but we shut that down. But we've had that in effect probably since I'm guessing probably in the 70s is when they set it up. And the main reason they did it was because of fireworks. That was why initially it was set up. We didn't want anybody flying over while we were going to be shooting fireworks. Mm-hmm. And pyro. And then when 9/11 and all that kind of stuff happened, it went to a different stuff, if you know what I mean. And it's monitored. It is monitored by the FAA, and it's just the same kind of zone as like what they have over Cape Canaveral when they shoot a rocket, the range and everything. So, and it's been in place for years. I didn't know if anybody knew about that or not. I knew about it. And I was kind of shocked that they had the one over Disneyland. I didn't think Disneyland had one too, but I come to find out they do. So hopefully that enlightens some people about that situation. It's just there in place. It's just to protect people. Every now and then I see a jet fly over a corporate jet, and I know it's our corporate jet. We have our corporate jets that fly over it. But if you're in the park and you see the guys doing the skywriting, they're actually about 20 to 30 miles away from us when they do the skywriting at the park. and you see that a lot. We've got a bunch of guys that come out there in the summertime, and they write "Jesus loves you," and it's a lot of Christian type messages in the sky. We still have that going on for years. I'm not sure where they're based out of now. They used to be out of Miami, but they stay out of our fly zone, but they go out far enough to where people can see their message. It's about 20 or 30 miles. So, but I got too much other than that, buddy. I just thought I'd check in. Is anybody out there in Joplin, Missouri this weekend, get a chance to go over there and stop by Guilty by Association Truck Show over there at four states. And I just found out, Steve, Jimmy's going to bring the Elvis. It's already there. The Elvis jet vehicle is there at the Guilty by Association. I don't know if you know Jimmy's World. He's on YouTube. He took Elvis's jet and put it on a Freightliner chassis, and it's like a motorhome. So if you get a chance, go over there and see Jimmy's motorhome. It's pretty cool. And all of your YouTube guys will be over there, from Cue Ball and Tim Gentry and Crystal Miller and Sparks Flying Garage is there, or Flying Sparks Garage is there. There's a bunch of other people there. So check it out and have a good time at G-Bats, guys. And Bruce Wilson is also there, Steve, if you want to go see him.
Okay.
So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate it. And thanks for having me.
All right. Have a great weekend. Well, he doesn't get much of a weekend. He gets one day off, right? Going to be working on a Friday. But yeah, the Guilty by Association truck show underway. Day number 1 already in the books. Here we are Friday, and you got the question and answer session, listening session, whatever you want to call it, with the FMCSA taking place starting 10:30 this morning there. For those who might want to participate in that. I know a lot of folks say, they hold these listening sessions. If they're actually listening, I don't know, but they don't ever seem to do anything with what they hear from us after the fact. Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Yeah, they seem like they're doing a little bit more with this administration than they have in the past. But, we'll deal with that later on. Oh, it was good to hear from Mr. Pennsylvania or Mr. Arizona, wherever he's Lone Ranger. Glad to hear his voice. I was wondering about him. We were talking about him just here the other day, and still got prayers for you out there, brother. Hope you can beat this one down again. Beat it the hell out. But heat wave, I need you to be a John Deere dealer or any type of equipment dealer. Get about half price. We literally have got combines that are borderline $1 million. I mean, all the sophisticated bells and whistles and all that. Tractors at 800, too damn big, put it that way, Steve. Borderline $800,000. Never be paid for with the crops that we got in the field right now. But the biggest problem is China has went to Brazil, Argentina, because they were making sweetheart deals with them, knocking all the export tax off of them, knocking everything off of it. And I mean, hell, China, they have such a hog feeding facilities over there. I think half of it was stolen ideas from the United States, because they literally got confinement buildings. I think I seen one story about hogs over there, like almost 43-story tall. How would you like that in your backyard? They don't give a damn over there. And I mean, chicken and all that, like Smithfield, when they went over there, it's all stolen. But Steve, you remember I remember back with your daddy on the radio, how California was raising hell about the oil. Oh, we got to get oil out. For 25 years, they had bucked the oil companies. And every darn time they had an oil refinery shut down, they literally had a party. I don't think this is AI that I'm reading. Have you seen where Gavin Newsom is damn near trying to block the oil companies from leaving his state? I'm not telling the story, Steve, from what I read. Kern County, up around Bakersfield and that land, is a big oil field up there.
Yeah.
And Gavin Newsom is wanting to have 2,000 oil wells drilled a year. I mean, that's like 40 a week. There is no simple way in hell you can put 40 holes in the ground and get them to pumping a week. I mean, if that was possible, the fracking trucks would be parked all over. You'd have trucks parked 3 counties away just to park them all. But he says he's going to do this with the oil companies for 10 years. Okay, he's not going to be in there 10 years from now.
Right.
Did we get somebody worse than Gavin? Hopefully that hell not, but no, they're literally bitching and raving. You've read about whenever you read, I think, Lumberg gas prices or whatever that is. I guess his people are literally knocking his door down. We got to stop this high gas price. Well, you know, it's about damn time. Maybe this might wake Californians up and maybe they might vote the right damn way. Vote Newsom's or not replace him with another Democrat, but pull their heads out of their backside.
I wouldn't hold my breath, not in California, but yeah, they're paying what, $6 a gallon. I'm seeing. I saw prices. I stopped at a station up on my uncle's. Yeah, last weekend I paid $2.54 with not using any sort of $2.54 a gallon. Now on this side of town it was still $2.70 something. It jumped back to $3, $3.09. I think it goes back down to $2.99 yesterday is what I saw, but yeah, half the price of what they're paying in California. It's 844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, here we go. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. No, that's today. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
That's today. Absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. Morning. Yeah, today is the greatest day of the week because I'll be hitting the house this afternoon. So, Michelob Ultra became America's top-selling beer. Well, if that's the case, then why the hell am I over here waiting for them to open in the morning to pick up a load of that damn Modelo beer? I guess some people in Memphis like it there, right?
Right.
I thought Philip said that was a no-fry zone over Mickey Mouse. I was thinking, well, we couldn't have no fried bologna and scrambled eggs over there while we were flying over. So, and if that big old rock, whatever it is, meteorite or whatever, they can bend over and kiss your backside goodbye if it hits us. So, I don't know. Flyboy needs to know that trucks are red and tractors are green. So that's what I've always been told. I want to give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Mr. Steve Summers, Horse Feathers, and Phillip. Steve, you're either going to spend money on maintenance or you're going to make a payment for a new ride. And even when you buy that new ride, you got to spend money on maintenance there. And that's why they make Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products. Now, you can buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products and just look cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all you women need to start calling Steve. I want to hear some more women in there at 844-844-3388. You know, there's 8.2 to 8.5 billion people in the world. Everyone has their own opinion of how things should be done. So it's all going to get crazy in the end anyway there. You know what the 21-gram experiment is?
I can't say I'm familiar.
It's where they tried to weigh a human soul when somebody died. And it's like 3/4 of an ounce. 0.741 ounces is when you die. That's what you lose automatically. Well, enough of all that. For the second straight year, a New York Giants cast-off is an MVP candidate, Steve. And once again, the New York Giants proved that Eli Manning was not the problem. And I got news for y'all. The Vegas bookie is waiting on your money this weekend there. I saw this couple headlines there. Have you seen the article about the judge is going to be overseeing James Comey's criminal case?
I have not. Did they find a good liberal judge?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a U.S. District Judge, Michael Nachmanoff. I guess that's how you pronounce it. He's a 2021 appointee of President Joe Biden. He was randomly assigned Thursday evening to the Comey case. So there ain't nothing going with all that mess. So there. Do you remember the rapper 50 Cent, Steve?
I do.
Do you know what 50 Cent does when he gets hungry?
What's that?
58. All right. Hey, I might call in that loneliest hour. We still got another hour to go there, Steve.
Yeah,
have a good morning there. We'll try to sneak it in.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, it's just around the corner here, isn't it? 58. All right. When it comes to compliance with regulations, truck drivers are often the focus. But what can you, as a trucker, do if a trucking company, a broker or ELD provider is failing to follow the rules? That's where the National Consumer Complaint Database comes in. And the good news is the website has recently been updated with the intention of providing truckers a reliable platform to inform the FMCSA about the bad actors out there. The new National Consumer Compliance Database, or NCCDB, gives commercial motor vehicle drivers the opportunity to file complaints against moving companies, trucking companies, bus companies, substance abuse professionals, ELD providers, or property brokers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, in a news release, said this overdue tech upgrade is a win for drivers, carriers, and the overall driving public. The modernized database will make it easier to file complaints, access digital tools, and empower you to speak up about unsafe practices. With your support, we'll continue to take the bad actors off the roads and keep the American people safe. A noteworthy update is that the NCCDB specifically mentions that drivers can submit complaints against brokers who fail to comply with the transparency regulations. Is your complaint about a property broker? This could include a property broker failing to maintain transaction records or financial accounts with the required information, failing to maintain FMCSA registration or insurance, misrepresenting services, or conducting improper rebating or compensation practices. Regulation 371.3 requires brokers to keep records of each transaction. Even more, each party to an individual transaction has the right to review the record. This has been a point of contention for a number of years. Many brokers get around that by requiring carriers to waive that right. Drivers have complained for years that the FMCSA's failed to endorse or enforce that regulation. Now, in June, the U.S. Department of Transportation, of course, unveiled their 9 pro-trucker initiatives. One of those was to modernize the NCCDB. The first updates were scheduled to be completed by September 30th. They have met that deadline, obviously, with the announcement unveiling it earlier this week. That was a welcome initiative, as OOIDA has complained to the FMCSA for years that this website needed an overhaul. So there you go, moving in the right direction. They could be renaming this. A new, more practical name might help raise the platform's awareness among professional truckers and improve its utilization. So there you go, as Plowboy just mentioned. Seems like this current administration, as far as the DOT, the FMCSA, seem to be doing a bit more than many previous. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid. And I hope you're not either.
Federal prosecutors got the indictment from a grand jury in Virginia on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey. President Trump said he's not a fan of Comey.
I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually.
The probe is examining whether Comey made false statements during the September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Comey has maintained his innocence. One detainee is dead and 2 others injured following a shooter opening fire at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday.
The shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in the shooting. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says it's time to carry out the death sentence for Fort Hood terrorist Nidal Hassan. Hassan murdered 13 and wounded 32 in the 2009 mass shooting. He was sentenced to death in 2013, and he's been sitting on military death row ever since. Hegseth called Hassan a savage terrorist and urged President Trump to authorize the first U.S. military execution since 1961. Families of the victims say justice has been delayed too long and they deserve closure. Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 173 points. The S&P 500 was down by 33 points, and the Nasdaq dropped by 113 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
The Cincinnati City Council is giving its approval to a pair of motions addressing the concerns of local firefighters.
Wednesday, the council passed a motion which calls on the city to settle a wage dispute with the firefighters union. Council members also passed a motion calling for the creation of a benefit for firefighters through which those diagnosed with cancer would not have to use PTO to cover time off for medical appointments. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Oklahoma State Superintendent, who had received national attention for his push to incorporate religion into public schools, is stepping down. Ryan Walters made that announcement yesterday.
I'm excited to announce I'll be stepping down as Oklahoma State Superintendent and taking on the role as the CEO of the Teacher Freedom Alliance. We're going to destroy the teachers union.
As superintendent, Walters called for the teaching of the Bible and displaying of the Ten Commandments in classrooms. Walters has served as Oklahoma Superintendent since 2023. A family in Santa Monica is dealing with a logistical mess after a woman who is alive and well was somehow declared dead.
86-year-old Sarah Van Leuven retired from the Los Angeles Unified School District on April the 1st, 2016. That's the same day the Social Security Administration lists her as deceased. It's unclear if the mistake was due to a computer glitch or human error. Because of it, Van Leuven has been wiped from the Medicare and health insurance systems. Her bank and credit cards have also been canceled. And she's had years' worth of pension payments taken away. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
It looks like that's where we get our final hour underway on a Friday. There we go, rolling into the weekend. Yeah, let's see what Pappy has on his plate. Got a working weekend or a weekend off?
Weekend off, Steve.
All right.
And I would be 2-7. I would be 2-7 for the remainder already. A couple weeks ago, they changed our hours, the supervisors, from 4 to 4 to 4:30 to 4:30. How about that?
Okay.
Don't ask why. I didn't do it, that's all I can say. We're a little busy tonight. What was Knucklebuster talking about? Did they actually charge Comey or not?
Yeah, the grand jury came down with 2 indictments yesterday.
Get the hell out of here. I did not hear that.
Yep. Okay, see, one was lying to Congress, lying under oath, and the other was leaking classified information, where he did the leaks to the press.
Shame, know your name. Well, it's about time. I remember exactly 1 week ago, I gave the FBI 1 week to make some arrest on anybody that was an accomplice or knew that the assassination the assassination on Charlie. They knew about it, didn't say anything. They had 1 week to arrest him, and they ain't done nothing. I don't know, Steve.
I know Kash Patel earlier. Patel said they were looking into some of these online chat rooms, various platforms where the shooter was talking to other people. They were looking into it, but I mean, when you said they had a week, why did they just have a week?
I don't know. That's the only time I gave them. Get on it, man.
Okay. Supposedly they're looking at it.
Steve, I saw a bunch of videos of these leftists just flat out calling for violence, man. Megyn Kelly posted some. Steve, I think I took a screenshot and sent it to you about a week ago. There's these flyers. I don't know if I mentioned this or not. There's these flyers been going around on campuses calling for a day of rage, a trans day of rage on November the 5th. There was another couple flyers going around, I think with the captions that were on the shell casings at another university. I don't know if you've seen that. All these leftists, man, I mean, literally, there was one guy, I can't believe he's not arrested, was literally talking about killing people. We got another ICE facility shot up today, or yesterday. I saw that on Police One. I think I screenshotted that headline and sent it to you. Steve, what gets me is when you watch some of the commentators like on Hannity and some of the others, all these good people are just out here saying that this rhetoric has to stop. Well, it's not going to, Steve. They can stop saying that because it ain't going to stop. So we start slapping some handcuffs on people. I'm just fed up, man, I'll tell you. Hopefully what I said the other night, that the Democrats, they know they're a hurting puppy right now. That Megyn Kelly also posted a lot of videos of these Democrats, right? Posting these videos that they are done with the Democrat Party.
A. Robert 33, A. Robert 33.
And a lot of them. And that could be part of this voter registration thing I was talking about last night. I think they said in the county where Turning Point is housed in Arizona there, in 1 week they had 1,300 new Republican registered voters in 1 week. See, they said one guy said New Jersey is red. I mean, we kind of seen it, in the election when we got Broward County voting red. I think that was kind of a wake-up call, man, that the Democrats know they're in trouble, man. So we'll see what happens in these midterms, man. I mean, hopefully not one single Democrat gets elected in any office, federal, state, local, across this country. Good to hear from Ranger. Prayers to you, bud. Glad it sounded like things are going well for you. So, all right, bud, I'll get off here. I got the weekend off. The weather is supposed to be just absolutely amazing. Sunny all 3 days, high in the mid-70s, maybe towards 80, high of 80 maybe on Sunday. I guess, let's see, October 1st is what, Wednesday next week?
Yes.
We're just rocking right along, aren't we? Just rocking right along, man. All right, Steve, I appreciate you letting me vent, and I appreciate you taking the call. Have a good weekend, bud.
Always, you do as well. Enjoy a few days off there. At least you won't have to be putting the shed up, right? It's all together. And one other thing we learned this past day is the FBI acknowledged there were 275 plainclothes agents in the massive crowds on January 6 of 21. More than 4.5 years after questions were first raised about the level of FBI involvement that day. A senior congressional source said the number's not necessarily a surprise since the FBI often embeds counter-surveillance personnel at large events. But given the FBI's up until now steadfast refusal to disclose the level of their presence, that figure might still be viewed with skepticism by some. Now, this in the wake of claims by the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General that the FBI had no undercover personnel in the January 6 crowds. The DOJ's OIG said in their 88-page report released in December of last year, quote, "We found no evidence in the materials we reviewed or the testimony we received showing or suggesting that the FBI had undercover employees in the various protest crowds or at the Capitol." Now, depending how you read undercover agents versus plainclothes agents, they're trying to say, well, both statements could be true. That same report disclosed that 26 FBI confidential human sources were in the crowds, 4 of whom actually entered the Capitol. The DOJ Inspector General said only 3 of the informants had been assigned by the Bureau to come to Washington and report on domestic terrorism subjects who were possibly attending the event. The FBI, ATF, other federal agencies had tactical officers at the Capitol on that day. Of the 26 informants, 4 entered the Capitol. None were authorized by the FBI, they say, to break the law or enter a restricted area, nor was any confidential human source directed by the FBI to encourage others to commit illegal acts. Representative Barry Loudermilk, chairman of the new House January 6 Select Subcommittee, has also expressed determination to drill down on the FBI presence and the roles those agents and informants played on that day. But with that many paid informants in the crowd, we want to know, how many were in the crowd, how many were in the building. I want to know, were they paid to inform or investigate? The FBI repeatedly rebuffed attempts by Congress to determine the Bureau's level of involvement in the crowds on that day, either by its own agents or confidential human sources, otherwise known as informants. So this new disclosure is unlikely to tamp down any questions by former January 6 defendants and others who've long questioned whether or not the FBI personnel took part in it, or at least incited some of the rioting in the crowds. 275, was that the number? Yeah, 275 plainclothes FBI agents in the crowd.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Let me see here. Looks like the blind man checking in. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Got an interesting call yesterday from a trucker out in Wyoming who was hauling explosives to a mining company, and we had a nice chat for a few minutes. Really enjoyed that. About California, Sean Hannity interviewed some Republican. I can't remember the guy's name. I know his first name was Steve, and he is running for governor, I think. And he says people are really starting to wake up now, and changes may be coming. I'm not holding my breath because I still remember California, the land of fruits and nuts. But anyway, I'm keeping my fingers crossed that people are really starting to wake up. I'll leave you with this: a definition of a birth certificate.
Okay.
An official apology from the condom company.
There you go. Thank you so much, blind man. That's what you mean when you say it's a casual Friday, right? Yeah, Pappy mentioned the attack on the ICE facility. Homeland Security Department said they are planning to increase security at immigration and custom enforcement facilities all over the country after the shooting at Dallas on Wednesday. In light of today's horrific shooting that was motivated by hatred for ICE and the other unprecedented acts of violence against ICE law enforcement, bomb threats, cars being used as weapons, rocks, Molotov cocktails thrown at officers, doxing online of officer families, Homeland Security will immediately begin increasing security at ICE facilities nationwide, according to spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. Our ICE officers are facing more than a 1,000% increase in assaults against them. Of course, the shooter there on Wednesday had written anti-ICE on the shell casings that were left at the scene. This was an act of targeted violence. And I know they were looking into, why is it that he ultimately shot 3 detainees and no actual ICE officers? Apparently interviewing one of his brothers this past day, to which he said he didn't know how to shoot. That's it. Pretty much came right out and said he was a bad shot. He was just randomly firing at the vehicle that was there. And that explains just random. Meanwhile, Vic, on a Friday, what's happening?
Well, not too much. You used to have blind man call yesterday, I guess I'll say morning. He was mentioning something about he was having boiler problems. I didn't know exactly what he was talking about there, but usually in a house like that, they use what's called a par tube boiler, and it has different mechanisms, and they want to make sure they don't run out of water. I don't know what his problem was, but if the water level gets too low,
I think he was
for one
talking.
reason or another.
I thought he said it was his water heater, which obviously must be a gas water heater, which is suddenly out of compliance because I guess of the flue or the chimney or something. Is what he was saying?
Oh, okay. Okay, well, some of those water heaters, they actually have to undergo boiler inspection because they build up that much pressure. Like your water heater in your house, most people has that temperature and pressure sensor that it goes off before it builds up enough pressure to explode. But, okay, so I didn't know exactly what he was talking about there. But the other thing, too, you were talking about your uncle there, that the doctor came in and said, it's useless to spend any more money and just go to hospice. And the other night when we were talking about that, it's actually the hospital administrators that like to do stuff like that. And a lot of the doctors just have to go along with the hospital administrator to where they want to get in that one last treatment or whatever, even though it really isn't going to benefit the patient at all. So I didn't want to demean doctors or anything of this nature, but unfortunately, doctors aren't allowed to be doctors anymore between the insurance companies and the government and the hospital administrators. So I just wanted to make that point real quick. But what I called in was about on these government shutdowns. How long has the Democrats been using this as a political ploy of some kind or another? And I forget exactly what it was that they were arguing about back in 2022, but I heard Chuck Schumer mention about how they always, the Democrats were always reasonable and they would get things done, and now the Republicans are being unreasonable. Well, I do remember 2022, I don't know if it was the debt limit or I think that they were wanting to actually cut down on all the increased expenses that they had during COVID and all that. Of course, Biden come along and he had the Inflation Reduction Act and another program. And instead, they were wanting to add more money to it. And some of the stunts that they pulled to basically delay that the debate on the budget and to try to make sure that the Republicans didn't have their red tsunami where they could roll all this stuff back. And I remember that the first thing they did, somehow, some way, I think a few Republicans kind of folded on it right before the election in 2022, and that kind of upset some Republicans. And either they didn't vote or other people didn't go over to it. And then Nancy Pelosi pulled her China stunt there that made other people mad. And the next thing you know, all the elected officials said, China can't tell our Secretary of State what to do. Well, for people who don't know it, the Speaker of the House has their own plane. And Nancy said she was going to that Asian meeting they had over there every year, and Blinken was too. And then after they get to going, she says, I want to go to Taiwan. She didn't tell anybody, but Taiwan had a company over there that her family was invested in, and there was a whole procedure they were supposed to follow under that one China policy. And a group of Republican senators that went there earlier that year with no problem whatsoever, but anyway, Nancy made a big thing out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, hold the thought there, because we got to get a news update as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal prosecutors got the indictment from a grand jury in Virginia on whether to bring possible perjury charges against former FBI Director James Comey. President Trump said he's not a fan of Comey.
I can only say that Comey's a bad person. He's a sick person. I think he's a sick guy, actually.
The Pro is examining whether Comey made false statements during the September 2020 testimony to Congress on his handling of the investigation into Russia allegedly meddling in the 2016 presidential election. Comey has maintained his innocence. One detainee is dead and 2 others injured following a shooter opening fire at a Dallas ICE facility yesterday.
The shooter has been identified as 29-year-old Joshua John. He was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at a nearby apartment building. The FBI is investigating the shooting as an act of targeted violence. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a picture on X of shell casings with the phrase anti-ICE that were found at the scene. No ICE agents were injured in the shooting. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it here. Let me get back to Vic. Yeah, right. Welcome back, Vic.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks for holding me over there. Real quick on Nancy's saga. I think she did that basically to try to head off the so-called red tsunami everybody was looking for in 2022, which had that happen, we'd be looking at a different world as far as Biden and everything else, because they would have been able to put some chops on everything he was doing. And so that was the main thing that when I heard Chuck Schumer the other day talking about how they were reasonable and this, that, and the other, the biggest, I would have to say, fly in the ointment on these constantly. You're talking about government shutdowns for either exceeding the debt limit or not coming up with a budget or anything of that nature, is the fact that the Democrats don't want to quit spending money, and also what they're spending money on. And they're just, they want to, whether they're in control or not, they want to continue with their agenda. And that was really, really the big thing about all these government shutdowns. And for some reason, they seem to always outmaneuver the Republicans. And the reason I mentioned Nancy, love her or hate her, she was quite the political strategist, and she wound up twisting people around to be on her side in 2022 when everybody was just sure that the Republicans were going to have a red tsunami, and I think it turned into a ripple or something. I forget what it was, but they sure didn't get to do what they wanted to do. And now they've messed with this stuff, and I'm not sure, you were mentioning farming, I'm not sure if they passed a farm bill yet or not. They've been arguing over that for a year, and I guess it's just delay. Then we get down to the point where, well, the government's going to shut down, so we have to have a continuing resolution or something of that nature. And 9 times out of 10, they want to add, the Democrats want to add some spending in there or something different than really get to the bottom of the problem. And, I heard Plowboy mention about the China and the soybeans and stuff there. I don't know, but Argentina dropped their export taxes long enough to sell a bunch of soybeans and soybean oil this week, and then they put them back on. So it was kind of a gift to everybody, and I understand that the United States gave Argentina some sort of a credit or along the line or something. I don't know what. I know that the U.S. government's had their Brazil project down there helping them grow more soybeans for over 50 years. So there's a lot of things that needs to be done. And whenever you're there, I forget what day it was, a couple, 3 days ago, I didn't mean to load your box up, but I was so aggravated that the American Soybean Association, like all these people that's taking that money from what they call the checkoff programs to help the American farmer, doesn't seem to be doing much good. Soybean oil, well, all vegetable oils, they could do a lot with that, cut down demand for crude oil, and it just goes on and on and on. So, and we've known this, and the information's been there for some time, and it just kind of gets upsetting that we're not taking advantage of our own markets. And then if we took our own stuff and our own domestic economy, China wouldn't be, leading us around like we got a ring in our nose there, and they mess with our economy constantly. China's not buying beans is they want the tariffs off on their products, and they want to sell industrial products in there. So this whole government shutdown, to me, they keep allowing it to happen time and time and time again, instead of just getting serious about it and getting the budget so that we don't come right up to election time and catch ourselves in this fix all the time. And like I said, Schumer, he was talking about how great he was and how they got all these, how they always got things through. Well, he got his tunnels and one thing and another. But it's always the same old thing. It's high pressure tactics. Wait right to the last minute. Say, well, we're going to shut the government down. People's going to miss their Social Security checks and all this other type of stuff, which a lot of this stuff's on separate funding. And people are going to go hungry, and they're not going to get their EBT. And they just come up, you know the drill. They just keep dragging that stuff out. And real quick on the FBI investigation that you were talking about, what I want to know was what other agencies were they coordinating with? Because if the FBI had people in the crowd or something or whatever, they had to be coordinating with other people. And what instructions, did they give them? And if the FBI was there, they should have had somebody that the people that was in the crowd should have had a contact person, and that contact person should have relayed to the Capitol about the security. I mean, that's what I'm interested in. What happened to the line of communication? Did they just everybody, show up like a flock of chickens and everybody doing their own thing and no coordination? I seriously doubt that, Steve. So I'll let you go there.
All right. Have a great Friday, and we'll chat sometime maybe next week. Enjoy your weekend. Well, there, Brother Rambler checks in on a Friday.
Well, praise God, Steve, and I hope my kind of whenever you went to me, sound like the connection got kind of muttered or messed up there a little bit. So hopefully I'm coming in clear. But praise God, Steve, and glad to be on the phone with you. And hello to all of God's children listening to us out there, whether you're listening to us all the way up in the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or down along the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. We're here for you all night long, and I tell you what, if you're one of the ones that are scared to call in, and I understand, nerves and anxiety and stuff like that, I totally get it. But, you're like, man, I don't want to call in. I'm just scared to, to get on the radio. I don't know how to talk and this. I get it. I understand. But you want to support the show. You're like, man, how can I do this? How can I show Steve the love that I need to show him? You can do it by going to overnightdriveradio.com. Get all your Steve Summers swag right there. Steve, laughed myself to death whenever I guess you reported it first about the Hall of Presidents.
Yeah, the auto
Joe
pen.
Biden should be hanging is an audio pen.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, that was funny. Yep. Oh, they should also hang a picture of Jill Biden, possibly Barack Insane Obama, too, up there, because that's probably who was really running the White House during that time. I sent to Heat Wave, and I sent to Lee Timmons. By the way, I heard that Lee Timmons is a big fan of milkshakes. Anyway, I like milkshakes, too, and I think you like them, too. I prefer chocolate malts myself. But anyway, the audio recording of the investigator that was investigating Biden whenever he was raiding Mar-a-Lago at the same time they were interviewing him. And, either he's a good actor or this is pure pitiful. All the signs of an Alzheimer's patient. It was really sad. Anyways, I know we got limited time, and you probably got other callers that want to get on. Want to shout out to my Detroit Red Wings. We played 2 preseason games, and my God, we look really strong. We are playing good defense, and man, I'm telling you, I think the best center right now is between Dylan Larkin and Patrick Kane. They look really good, so I'm hoping my Red Wings are going to do good this year. Man, I tell you what, we're just going to be looking forward to this Sunday. Determined Ministries Church, Steve, we're going to start a 3-part series on gifts of the Holy Spirit. And according to 1 Corinthians chapter 12, there are 9 moving gifts of the Holy Spirit. And we want you to come on and tune in with us this Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We look forward to just having you. We're going to just talk about this. We're going to break down 3 different parts, the 9 moving gifts of the Holy Spirit. You want to tune in and you're curious, well, what is he talking about? Hey, tune in. We love to have you. As far as the abundance of crops, I think our government needs to go to the book of Genesis and start reading in chapter 40. I recommend chapter 40 because that's when Joseph met the butler and the baker and interpreted their dreams. And you'll start reading how I think we need to handle the abundance of crops and handle it the way the Egyptians did it. And you know, when they handled it that way, they become the most powerful nation on earth. Because when that 7 years of plenty got ended, and you had the 7 years of famine, hey, they made money hand over fist. So I think our government needs to go read that. Other than that, God's children, I pray everyone has a great, wonderful weekend. I hope Knuckle Buster gets home in time to watch Ole Miss lose to those Go Tigers of LSU at the Magnolia Bowl. I'm praying my Alabama Crimson Tide can walk into Athens and come out a winner. So we're going to be watching that. Plenty of football, plenty of games. That Cardinals and Seahawks game, man, that was good. I was pulling for the Cardinals. It come down, I think it was 23-20. I think Arizona's got a decent team this year. So other than that, everyone, I hope your sports teams does good this weekend. I pray you get home, get safe this weekend. We love you. We're praying for you out there. God knows we love you. And tell Uncle Fred that Brother Rambler loves him. I'm praying for him. And if he ever wants someone to talk to, Uncle Fred can always talk to me. I would be glad to entertain him and have a good conversation with him. And we just love him to death. We're just praying for him, and we're praying for your family as well. And I leave y'all with this, God's children, that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and I'll talk to y'all Monday night, Tuesday morning. God bless. We love you, God's children.
All right. Have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in. There you go. On a Friday. Oh, there it is. That loneliest hour, sure enough.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, he ain't woman enough to love me, so, but that Ole Miss and LSU game there, hey, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, any given day of the week, who knows who's going to win? All I can tell you, the score at the start of the game is going to be 0-0 there. Well, Steve, it's been a great week of conversation and fellowship with you. Now, we done home hospice with Tennessee. But that's all up to everybody's family, you know, so you just, y'all decide what you need to do there. Well, my next door neighbor called after we talked yesterday morning, and we talked for a little while, and then she said she had to take a shower and get dressed for work, Steve. And I asked her, was this a good time to do a FaceTime call? I heard her laugh, and the phone said, beep, beep, call over there, right?
You're right.
Well, I'm going to the rodeo this weekend with my daughter and grandchildren. And tell you, why did the cowboy always carry a pencil and paper to the rodeo?
I don't know. Was he keeping score?
Nah, they could draw his guns. You ever had rodeo sex?
I can't say that I have. How would I know?
Well, you can be doing the wild thing and tell your woman she looks like her sister. You know, that'll get them to buck in there, right? All right, well, Steve, let's get serious for a minute. Prayers for God's will to be done in yours and your family's life, brother. And y'all, it's been a great week there, so have a great weekend, and God bless to y'all, buddy.
All right, thank you for being a part of the show. Well, yeah, it's Semper Fi, by the way. Happy Casual Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off at a cool 56 this morning, 76 a high. Sounds like a delightful day in Fort Wayne. 51 to 76 there in Newaygo, Michigan. A big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Now, we got us another working Saturday. Everybody have a great weekend. Oh, only 90 days until Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. There's Steve in Columbus Morning. Steve Summers, all the listeners. It's the best day of the week. And it needs to give way to the weekend sooner rather than later. Time to put a lid on this stressful week. The coffee is hot. The car's ready to go. Time to head into town. See what the day brings us. All right, everybody enjoy the weekend. From Steve in Columbus, Ohio.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here, looks like Pappy had missed the story, I guess. He said, has James Comey actually been indicted? Yes. 2 counts by a grand jury in Eastern District of Virginia. Those counts are false statements and obstruction of justice. So, indicted on 2 of 3 counts that the prosecutors had sought. As we said, 1 count of making false statements, 1 count of obstruction of justice. Attorney General Pam Bondi said no one is above the law. Yeah, they released a statement on the indictment from the Justice Department that says Lindsay Halligan, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, announced today that a federal grand jury returned an indictment charging former FBI Director James Comey. Making a false statement and obstruction related to his oral testimony before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee on September 30 of 2020. The charges, as alleged, in this case represent a breach of the public trust at an extraordinary level. The balance of power is a bedrock principle. It relies upon accountability and a forthright presentation of facts from executive leadership to congressional oversight. Any intent to avoid, evade, prevent, or obstruct compliance is a violation of professional responsibility and, most importantly, the law. If convicted, Comey faces up to 5 years in prison. Actual sentences for federal crimes are typically less than the maximum penalties. A federal district court judge will determine any sentences after considering the sentencing guidelines and other statutory factors. And they're kind of going back, playing the archived video of Comey lying during the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on September 30th of 2020. Is it much ado about nothing? Probably, but all right, hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, did Comey, does he have any military service in his past? I mean, is he retired from anything?
I you know what? I don't know.
Be a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. If he does, and if he's getting a retirement package, if he's convicted of anything, I think he ought to lose his military retirement. How would that be? Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
But so Knucklebuster forgot to mention to you that after you called the princess by her sister's name, and I don't know which one you'd choose of the other ones, but you're supposed to see if the rodeo lasts another 8 seconds. If you can make it last another 8 seconds, you got to get to the bell. But my only problem with rodeo sex, is I have troubles with the three clowns standing around the bed all the time there. You got them rodeo clowns, and they're always standing around the bed watching and stuff. Makes it hard to perform that way. But anyway, now that we got all that nonsense out of the way for Casual Friday, boy, it's a good thing it's the end of the show. And speaking of rednecks and things, I ended up looking like that redneck at the scene of the trailer park after the tornado come through on the 6 o'clock news yesterday, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that? So before the whole funeral procession, everything goes on, WGAL Channel 8, GAL Channel 8, their reporter out there, Sarah Metz, she was out there with her photographer, and they saw the fire engine, so they came over, and we were chit-chatting and everything, and we, chit-chatted for probably 5 minutes or so, and our cameraman was taking some video footage, and, we kind of had a short conversation, but so they went and cut and edited, clipped, and did all this, and I thought I had a pretty sensible little conversation when he had the camera, when we were really... Don't they go and clip in some other stuff that wasn't even, when we were having they just went and the other part of the conversation we were having, and then went and clipped and edited. Man, made me look like the redneck there at the trailer park after the tornado come through. You believe that?
That's cool.
Anyways, yep. So we were on the 6 o'clock news. I had more of the fire engine on the 6 o'clock news than me, so I guess that's a good thing. And we didn't do any old-time truck driving songs with horse feathers, no. So we avoided that on the 6 o'clock news too. So, but anyways, other than that, that's about all we were checking back in with there. So I don't know. Just watch out if Lisa has clowns in the bedroom there. Rodeo clowns. Watch out.
Oh boy! Hey, Casual Friday. Have a good weekend. Real quick, I'm looking at this. Let me see. This is from WFLA monitoring the tropics. It's spaghetti models, and they've got all the models with Imelda headed directly to the Carolinas, and then all of a sudden a number of models kind of put on the brakes. It's going to be a close call, he says. There's at least some chance Imelda maybe stalls and ultimately gets sucked out to sea by Umberto. But this is all coming up early next week, so pay attention for the coastal areas. Folks, over the weekend, and we'll see you back on a Sunday night, Monday morning to kick off a new week of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,